up to 94 to 95%. There is still some risk for getting COVID-19, but the CDC assures folks that even if you do contact it with the vaccine, your symptoms will not be as extreme. Those who have been vaccinated might be asymptomatic spreaders, and experts are concerned that vaccinated people can still become infected without symptoms, but spread it to others who have not been vaccinated yet. And some of those may be those with compromised immune systems and those who can't be vaccinated. So even if you are fully vaccinated, it's recommended to steer clear of those considered high risk. There are still some limited doses of the vaccine, so be patient in trying to get yours if you have not done so yet. That concludes the safety briefing. At this point, I'd like to determine if we have all directors. Have we been able to reach Director Broom? Chair?
Madam Chair, I left a voicemail. There was no answer.
Okay, so it appears that we have 14 directors in attendance, those being Bouquet, Busick, myself, Cook, Davidson, Deschelle, Geisinger, Lewis, Rosenthal, Sloan, Tisdale, Whitmore, Williams, and Chair Rivera Malpietti. So we have 3 recommended actions on the agenda tonight. Let me pull up my agenda to see what they are. The first recommended action is approval of a contract to purchase validators for account-based ticketing. I'd like to read it, the recommended action. For the Board of Directors to authorize the general manager or her designee to enter into a contract with Masabi to purchase new bus and rail platform fare validators for the account-based ticketing ABT system. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Cook.
Director Cook, is there a second? That was Director Deschelle. Okay, so Directors Cook and Deschelle. We have a brief staff presentation. Michael Ford.
Yes, thank you. This is Michael Ford, COO, and I'll just give a little background and then have others weigh in if there are additional questions. But back in November 2020, the RTD Board approved the funding needed to advance this account-based ticketing system known as the ABT system, forwarded with the goals of replacing the cumbersome and obsolete existing smart card fare technology and equipment used by MyRide Card and College and EcoPass. The existing card system is a card-based system in which customer balances and transactions are stored on individual cards. This causes several delays, up to 24 to 72 hours for our customers in managing card balances, hampering the ability to perform stored value transactions, limited locations, card management, limited to the types of fare availability, and requires more intensive ongoing system maintenance, coding, payment card industry compliance, PCI. So in contrast, based on the fare system, such as the ABT stored information, the account allowing for such benefits for real-time information, the ability for more widespread varied means to load the fare value, more fare offerings, flexibility and changes, and less maintenance. So this is an overall focus for our customers that will be an improvement. In consideration of the replacement of the card with the ABT, RTD has contracted with Masabi to provide the back office technology to be consistent and compatible with the RTD existing mobile ticketing platform that is also provided by Masabi. The current target date for the completion of this is at the end of the year, December 31st, 2020. And one other component to this, the second component of the ABT implementation is the replacement of existing fare validators that were purchased in 2010 for RTD smart card system. The existing validators are obsolete proprietary technology specific to the smart card system, which necessitates replacement of the validators. So we need to obviously make some changes here. These new validators will bring RTD into the modern age while providing RTD customers with improved ease method for transit payments and additional new ABT fare validators will be compatible for processing open payments, thereby providing additional fare payment options for our customers. So in order to acquire this, the ABT fare validators, RTD issued a request for proposal for the back office for the software procurement. The RFP was a separate one, so it was open and competitive process for the validators. So they would be acquired to be compatible with most of the ABT systems. So after a thorough RFP evaluation, the scoring procurement process, Wasabi was selected as a preferred vendor, validated vendor for negotiations. The funds needed to complete the work, around $4,054,504, of which $1,813,084 comes from federal funding. If approved, will allow RTD to work towards achieving the planned ABT system go live again December 31st, 2020, with a phased-in validator replacement as well. The period of performance for fare validator replacements is tentatively planned for October through December. Some of the criteria used and making the selection: 40% technical specifications and the ability to meet stated requirements, 20% overall cost, 20% experience of the vendor and the project team, 10% timeline, and the ability to meet deadlines, and the 10% for the DBE. So that kind of rounds out the focus, the rationale, what we need to do. This is essential to the operation and to improve customer service and how we interact with our public. So with that, I'm happy to take questions, but there are others that also are available to answer more detailed questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. I would like to remind directors that this action and the information was included in the packet, and you all have had some opportunity to talk to staff offline. But if there are some new questions that you have or had not had answered previously, I'd like to call on you to speak. So I believe that the first director to have his hand raised was Director Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. So in terms of the transition from the card-based to the ABT-based, so if somebody has a card with, I take it has money on it, would that be basically invalid as of December 31st as it transitioned to the new system?
I'm going to defer that question to either Tanya Anderson or Paul Snyder. If they're on.
Paul, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to answer that question. We are in the process of working on plans for transitioning the MyRide customers' account balances to alternative means. There's several options that we will be working to present to our customers. One of them may be giving the customer the option to simply move their MyRide account balance over to a balance in the new account system. Another potential option is having that customer MyRide account balance be moved to a different potential product, whether that be a paper pass or some sort of passes. Or a third option probably would be to refund the customer's money until we had the new system up and running. So we're trying to give our customers as many options as possible, so that they have options for moving forward with their fare payments and are not just stuck come December 31st when we are transitioned over to the new system.
Did that answer your question, Director Rosenthal?
Yes, just real quick also, how do people put money into the account? Is that through credit card or automatic transfer?
So the initial customer migration from the existing smart card system to the new account-based system will be a manual effort on the part of RTD to get those customers moved over based on their desire. However, if you're asking what happens post go live, how does a customer get money onto their account? There are a variety of means in which that could occur. Certainly one of them is through a credit card, can be done directly through the app, the mobile ticketing app on the phone. And we are also working on, so you also will be able to go to our sales outlets and be able to load value at the sales outlets for those folks that do wish to use cash for loading of the value. And we're also working on a separate work stream of this project that will potentially allow you to go to a retail partner, for example, a Safeway or King Soopers or something to that effect, and also use cash there to be able to load value. That's a separate stream.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Appreciate it. Next, we have
You're
Director Cook.
Hi there. Thanks. And just right quick, I saw a transit center webinar tomorrow about privacy. Do we have policies in place? Just remind me, as we're increasing the number of people on account-based ticketing, to protect their information, either from, especially with the private companies having access. Do we have policies that protect their sharing of that information, and also as regards our own use?
Mr. Ford?
Yes, we do have policies in place. I would also, again, defer to either Tanya Anderson or Paul Snyder in terms of protecting our clients and or our customers through various means. But I would like them to provide maybe even more detail in that.
Mr. Ford, if I may, this is General Manager Deborah Johnson. As it relates to that, I would like to have a general counsel speak to that, recognizing that we do have other forms, i.e. my ride, where we leverage and we do not release that information. Somebody would have to enable us to do that. So we don't provide or disseminate information without their acknowledgement. So I will defer to Melanie Snyder to address the question in more detail from a legal standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, General Manager and CEO Johnson. Yes, we do have policies and procedures in place. We also have provisions in our contracts as well as contracts with our vendors. There is actually an internal working group right now that's going through and taking a look at those policies to see to what extent we want to update those.
Excellent. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
That answers your question, Director Cook? Okay, if you would put your hand down, that would be great. Director Deschelle, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is also on the data privacy standpoint. This, though, stems from our receiving federal funding to convert to this system. And really the concern here is our folks who are undocumented, is documentation or immigration status really stored anywhere in our system? And how can we make sure that those riders feel safe using a MyRide card? You know, do we have any requirements to turn data over to the federal government?
General Manager, CEO Johnson, would you like to respond?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Madam Chair, and to you, Director Deschelle. No, we do not have any obligation to turn over that information to the federal government. Quite naturally, when we go through these processes, I don't even believe we collect that information. But recognizing that the whole intent is to provide equity and access to the system, that isn't customarily a portion of information which would be required. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions before we go to a vote? Seeing none, in order to streamline our process here, I'm just going to ask if there are any no votes, if you would raise your hand at this time. Seeing none, the motion passes 14 in favor, 1 absent. So the next recommended action is for the Board of Directors to authorize the general manager or her designee to authorize a budget transfer of $400,000 to fund increased commuter rail liability insurance coverage and premiums for the N line.
So
I
moved.
believe the staff representative that will be presenting this is Melanie Snyder, our general counsel. Ms. Snyder?
Actually,
You need a motion first, I think, Peggy?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I do. I apologize. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Was the mover Chair Rivera Malpieri?
Yes,
yeah.
Okay. And the second?
Director Williams.
Thank you.
in
Okay,
Madam,
now we can have our presentation.
Madam Chair, this is Doug McLeod, Acting Chief Financial Officer. So I'd like to start off this item, and Melanie's available for additional questions.
Okay.
So thank you. Good evening. This item is seeking additional funding for additional premium costs that RTD will incur. So in February of 2021, the U.S. Department of Transportation raised the claims liability limits for railroad providers from 294 million up to 323 million. So along with that, RTD insures itself for railroad liability claims through insurers. And in doing so, we had to go back out to our insurers, RTD did, to get additional insurance coverage to meet these new limits. This insurance covers the North Metro Line Railroad commuter rail. And in relation to that, we also have contractual agreements with the Suncor refinery along the N line corridor, as well as Burlington Northern Santa Fe. So in seeking this insurance through our broker Marsh, we were able to find insurers that would provide these higher limits. Along with that comes higher insurance premiums. So we, each year, RTD establishes a general manager contingency fund when the board appropriates the funding for the budget for the year. This fund is used exactly for this purpose, for unforeseen items that arise. What this would cause is that our current insurance premiums for the North Metro Line for liability insurance before this increase is about $2.9 million annually. The increased insurance premiums add about $362,000 to those premiums through September 30th of this year. So we are asking to transfer $400,000 of the general manager contingency fund to those insurance premium project funds. This is coming to the board because it exceeds the general manager's authority of a $250,000 budget transfer, which is why we are asking for this approval. And with that, we would ask for any questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. McLeod or Ms. Snyder? I don't see any hands raised at this point. I know that when this was brought to my attention, it just flagged it that we may have an additional discussion after September. Is that right, Doug? As this budget increases.
Yes, Madam Chair. And in fact, what we don't know is what the insurance premiums will be at that renewal period on October 1st going forward. The insurance broker Marsh has indicated they think we could see up to a 30% increase in the current $3.3 million that we'd be spending annually. Yet that remains to be seen, and we won't know until we get to that point. What our intention would be to come back to the board when that's known to ask for additional authority, or to inform the board when we develop the amended budget, if we develop an amended budget for 2021, and include that as a discussion item.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. I think that's important to keep in mind as we move forward with our Northwest Corridor studies and look at operation costs. Director Tisdale, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just for the sake of the record, I wanted to confirm my understanding, and please disabuse me of any incorrect understanding. As to bus operations, we are self-insured, and we do not go out to third-party agencies for that insurance. Is that correct?
Mr. McLeod, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to refer that question to Melanie Snyder.
Okay.
I would have to double check. One thing to note is that we are self-insured, but we also, as a governmental entity, have immunity under the Governmental Entity Act, the Colorado Governmental Entity Act. And so when you're talking about bus operations, there is a waived area there for us. And so we are liable up to the caps in the state statute there. But we can get you additional information about the specific levels of coverage that we have.
And while you're doing that, the discussion has focused on the N line. Am I correct in understanding that for the other commuter rail lines, the University of Colorado A line, at least it's still the University of Colorado A line for another month or so, and the B line and the G line, are those coverages for those lines provided for by Denver Transit operators, and we're a named third-party beneficiary for those policies?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Yes, that's correct. Denver Transit Partners does pay for their own insurance since going into revenue service. Prior to that, RTD did provide OSIP insurance to cover their portion. Currently, my understanding is that Denver Transit Partners insurance for those rail lines under the Eagle P3 project is approximately $7.1 million in premiums per year. So it's a significant cost to both of us to operate those lines.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. McLeod, am I correct in saying that this is a requirement of the FRA and FTA for the rail lines themselves and not for bus service? So as General Counsel Snyder mentioned, we are covered under the Governmental Immunity Act for our bus service operations. So we have limited liability. Is that correct?
Yeah, again, Melanie Snyder, would you please help me answer that question? I think I may have confused items when I spoke to the chair earlier about where the coverages begin and end and who's responsible.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Melanie Snyder, General Counsel. So yes, just to be clear, the federal law that we're talking about right now is a liability cap. So it's setting a cap on the amount for which we would be liable. The reason that we have to get insurance is because under the State Governmental Immunity Act, there's a provision in there that says that to the extent a government entity obtains insurance for a railroad, we have to insure up to the cap limits in the federal statute. So that's what's in place. So yes, excuse me, Madam Chair, we are only talking about our liability as to our commuter rail, and specifically as to the N line, as Acting CFO Doug McLeod noted.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. Any other questions before we proceed? Oh, I see one. Director Deschelle, please.
This is a quick logistical question. I noticed that our start date is March 26th. Today is April 13th. We won't have our April board meeting until later this month. Is there a need to suspend the rules or do anything special to ensure that we can get this money out the door and make sure we're in compliance?
Yes, this is Doug McLeod. So those premium rates are good until April 26th. And the way that the broker found the insurers was through their brokerage services. They found two insurers to cover these limits, and they are both based in Bermuda, which many insurance companies are. And so we do have till the end of the month. One of the things we need to do is also account for any foreign currency translations, because both those insurance companies deal in British pounds. But yeah, we do believe we have plenty of time to get this through after presumably the board would approve this item.
Great, thank you.
Good question, Director Deschelle. Thank you. Okay, now I'd like to go to a vote. If there is anyone opposed to this motion, instead of raising your virtual hand, could you please articulate that you are opposed verbally? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes 14 in favor, 1 absent. Thank you. The third recommended action that we have this evening is for the Board of Directors to authorize the general manager or her designee to authorize a budget transfer of up to $4 million to fund activities for the upcoming paratransit software replacement contract. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Chair Rivera Malpieri, is there a second?
Second.
Director Geisinger, Vice Chair Geisinger, okay. We have Michael Ford. Would you like to introduce this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Ford, COO. We've been with Route Match since 2008. It's a scheduling paratransit software. It's still in existence, but it's outdated. The software doesn't work the way it needs to. Software does not offer mobility, web portal, trip booking, and management customers. IT has developed some portals, but there are shortcomings. And as it stands right now, the software lacks basic modern functionality needed to optimize the fully support the agency's paratransit customer base. So additionally, Route Match has developed a new cloud-based product that will cease to be supported by their representatives. Thus, the system requires a replacement due to obsolescence. So again, it's old, it's not worked the way it needs to. We feel that we can go out and retain a new software, which would improve productivity over the current system, thereby saving RTD approximately $2 million to $4 million annually. These savings can be leveraged to offset the cost for a vendor to implement new technology and pay for the selected contractor. RTD is really seeking a proposal with a provider at risk. So we believe that there are enough vendors out there that can sign up for something like this and help us move and navigate forward with a new system. So due to the budget forecasting in 21, we want to make sure that we are able to move and transfer this money, whereby budget savings were identified. Staff is now seeking the authorization to provide funding through the budget transfer up to $4 million. The estimated unfunded cost for contracting replacement software onboard hardware is less than $4 million, and the funding is available through the existing operations funding currently designated for accessory through the fuel and transportation. This is anticipated that these proceeds will not be needed for the original intent due to the reduction in fuel and operation costs due to increased access ride productivity. So this is a real long overdue need for the paratransit area to help improve on-time performance, the ability to carry more people, and just to be more productive all together. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions of Mr. Ford or his staff, either Paul Hamilton or Eric Farrington? I don't see any hands raised. I think this is long been requested by a number of our customers in the paratransit community. So at this time, I'd like to ask if there are any directors who are opposed to this motion to speak up. Seeing none, the motion passes with 14 affirmative votes and 1 absent. Moving on to discussion items. We have 2 discussion items this evening. The first is an update on our COVID-19 relief funding and the RTD financial update. I have Deborah Johnson and Acting CFO Doug McLeod on to make this presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening to you and committee members and to all who are virtually assembled. I'm Deborah Johnson, General Manager and CEO. I am before you this evening to introduce the discussion item pertaining to COVID-19 relief funding. As of late, there has been a myriad of conjecture and speculation pertaining to RTD's current financial status and how these apportionments of these federal dollars can level set the agency's budget. As an agency, it was not our collective understanding that this funding would come to fruition, recognizing these were unknown variables several months ago. Doug McLeod, RTD's acting chief financial officer, will discuss the apportionments and how that parlays to the agency's financial outlook, including the midterm financial plan. Moreover, as you know, the agency received notification on March 29th of 2021 of an apportionment from the American Rescue Plan Act, which we're referring to as ARPA. However, the agency has yet to receive the guidance from the Federal Transit Administration. As a point of reference, on January 11th, 2021, RTD received notice of its CRISA apportionment of $203 million. Yesterday, which was Monday, April 12th, 2021, nearly 3 months later, the agency learned that the Federal Transit Administration had executed the CRISA grant award. Moreover, the grant application that was approved stated the following project description for which RTD will draw grant funds from these eligible expenditures. And it reads, and I quote, RTD plans to use 5307 CRISA funds for operating, maintaining, and managing bus and rail lines in the Denver area, which can include salaries, utilities, and fuel for the period of January 1st, 2021 through February 28th, 2022. I share this information to ensure that there is mutual understanding of timelines. Thus, it may be summer before the agency understands where it stands with its ARPA funding. As you are aware, the CRISA funding utilization plan will vastly be used for the restoration of service and will be leveraged incrementally for service change. I will now yield the floor to Acting CFO Doug McLeod, who will present the financial outlook and speak more directly to the application of funds for the elements I outlined. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I turn it over to you, Mr. McLeod.
Thank you,
Thank
General
you.
Manager. Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, General Manager Johnson. And I would ask the board office if they could allow me to share my screen for the presentation, or if the board office could call up the presentation materials.
I believe for directors, it begins on packet page 15. If you're able to follow online.
Correct. Thank you, Madam Chair. And hopefully you can see the screen. Great. So as General Manager Johnson discussed, we would like to give the board an update on the 3 apportionments that RTD has been notified of for federal COVID relief funding, and then also discuss towards the end what that means for RTD in terms of its financial condition. So tonight we will discuss the federal COVID relief funding update. We'll talk also about the fiscal policy and the board's funding priorities, also which could be referred to as the guiding principles, and then finish up with an update on the midterm financial plan numbers. So as General Manager Johnson mentioned, you can see on this slide, we've received apportionment notifications for a total of $774.1 million from the federal government for COVID relief funding. So that consists of the 3 apportionments, one for the CARES Act in 2020, which was $232.3 million. The second apportionment was from January 2021, $203.4 million. And then in March of 2021, on March 29th, as General Manager Johnson indicated, we were notified of the ARPA funding, $338.4 million. So I'll talk a little bit briefly about each one of those apportionments, what they consist of, what they are designated for, and what the limitations are to the extent that we know so far from the FTA. So beginning with the CARES Act, this slide should look very familiar because we've had many discussions about the CARES Act that was apportioned in 2020. That funding was fully drawn down in 2020, and it was a total of $232.3 million. Each of these apportionments is a grant in which eligible expenditures are drawn down against the funding. So we do not get the funding up front. We have to incur eligible expenditures, draw the funding down. And for each one of these apportionments, they are all 100% government funded, unlike many of our other grants in which it requires a local match or a match from RTD. Typically, it's 80-20, where the federal government provides 80% of the funding if RTD provides 20% of the funding from local funds. So as you can see, and this will be consistent probably for the other two apportionments in the manner of which we draw down funding, we will draw that down as quickly as possible. And as General Manager Johnson indicated, the guidance provided so far by the FTA on the CRISA and the ARPA funding has been pretty specific about what types of expenditures. So they have to do with operations. In the case of CARES, we drew down wages and benefits for represented and non-represented employees. And we also drew down funds from our contracted bus and rail services. The CRISA grant, we did just receive the notification that RTD's CRISA application was executed. Again, just to reiterate what General Manager Johnson said earlier, those funding monies too are also to be used for operations, particularly salaries, fuel, and utilities. So it's fairly narrow in what we can use that funding for. So we intend to draw down those funds in the same manner as we did for CARES rapidly, using our existing expenditures as they occur. That application goes back to January of 2021, so we can already start drawing immediately for expenses incurred year to date. Initially, back in February, we did talk to the board about the planned expenditures for uses of those funds. So we will draw those funds down using ongoing operating expenses and replace those funds with this CRISA funding. You may recall that the largest portion of that, almost 90% of the CRISA funding, was $180 million, which we intend to spread over 6 run boards starting in June. So that 6 run boards takes us through 2 years. So what we're trying to do there is stretch that funding as long as possible to maintain operations. The other items you see here were really changes and eliminations of certain actions that were taken for funding cuts before we knew about the CRISA funding. So we restored extra shift pay and overtime pay, eliminated furlough days that were planned for 2021 and pay reductions as well. And then we reinstated the ability of employees to cash out excess balances of paid time off, vacation, and sick. The one item that we have out there that's been designated but not specifically encumbered is almost $14 million, $13.9 million. But we have several uses identified potentially with accountability committee recommendations, the APTA peer review, which have already largely taken place, as well as state performance audit recommendations. The responses to those, there will be some costs associated with that. So that rounds out the full $203.3 million of CRISA funding with intended expenditures. So the most recent funding notice that we received at RTD was the ARPA grant, the American Rescue Plan Act. Our apportionment for the ARPA grant was $338.4 million. There's a couple of more unique items attached to this, although we are still awaiting specific guidance for the use of these funds. But those specific items in particular are that they can be used for payroll, operating costs, and personal protective equipment, similar to the other fundings. But there is a timeline associated with this, where the other ones were open-ended. The CRISA and the CARES Act were more open-ended without a final date to do draws. With the CRISA or with the ARPA funding, the funds must be obligated by September 30th of 2024. So we need to obligate and draw those funds down by September 30th, 2024. Or sorry, we need to draw them down by September 30th, 2029, but we need to notify FTA of our intended obligations that we're going to use to draw those funds by 2024. So it's a significant amount of money, but again, there are some limitations as to its usage, and we are still awaiting notification as to the specifics on that one. So just to circle back a little bit, what does all this mean to RTD? Circling back to our fiscal policy that the board approved in November 2020 for the fiscal year of 2021, the board did include in there a new section on our fiscal policies discussing the COVID-19 fiscal policies and guiding principles and guidance for restoration of if more funding were to be found at a later time. And those are restore reserves to 3 months. The current RTD policy is to strive to maintain 3 months of operating reserves, which is the equivalent of $150 million. At the time that the midterm financial plan was approved and the fiscal policy was approved, we were not at that level. We were at approximately 1.5 months on the base system and about 2.5 months on fast tracks. Secondly, the board's guiding principles directed that we do not use existing FISA balances. And then we also limit or do not use future rubber tire contributions for the FISA, which is Fast Track's internal savings account. The FISA is intended to be used for additional Fast Tracks projects. The fourth bullet there is restore deferred projects related to compliance or safety. That item was particularly important because in the midterm financial plan, we have an asset management plan which directs us towards a state of good repair and schedules out when certain items need to be repaired or replaced. What we did in the midterm financial plan is we delayed all new capital spending in 2021. So there's no new capital spending in the budget in 2021. And then we deferred all of the rest of the projects out 1 year. And then we only included 70% of those projects that are required to be replaced according to our asset management team. So there's a big need there in terms of maintaining our state of good repair. And then finally, restore service as ridership allows. So before we get into the numbers, just a couple of background items here. In November 2020, the finance staff presented to the board the midterm financial plan. The midterm financial plan is our 6-year plan at RTD that takes the first year is the budget and the remaining 5 years are forecasted out. At the time, there was a great deal of uncertainty, so the board agreed to only approve the first 2 years of that midterm financial plan, 2021 and 2022. However, we did present the full 6 years, and what was evident in those 6 years at the time was that the base system was in pretty good shape from a balanced budget standpoint, even before we knew about CRISA and ARPA funding. So they were in pretty good shape, but there were some uncertainties built in there that we'll discuss here shortly. The big area of concern at the time was Fast Tracks. Fast Tracks has a significant amount of debt, and a significant amount of their funding goes towards paying the debt service on that debt that's been issued to build out Fast Tracks. So in the midterm financial plan, what was contemplated is that with the reduced revenues that were projected for due to COVID for those 6 years, it was contemplated that we would have to use all of Fast Track's reserves that they had. And we would use all those reserves through 2026 and still end up with a $28.8 million deficit. So why it's problematic is that there would be nothing left. And then if you go out further past that point, there's not enough money to fund ongoing operations. So that was a big concern at the time. So where does that leave us now? So just to summarize some of the items that we've discovered or that have happened since the time of that midterm financial plan. This first slide shows some of those positive items that we've recognized or we will be able to recognize. Number one is additional beginning reserves, as we've been able to close out 2020 and we're still working on the financial audit there, but we've gotten a better picture of how we finished up last year. We actually had a better year than what was anticipated in the midterm financial plan, due to a combination of slightly better sales and use tax reserves and reduced expenditures. So what that allowed us to do was finish the year with an additional $118 million in reserves. And when I'm talking about numbers here, I'm talking consolidated rather than the Fast Tracks and base system breakout. In addition, we will have a presentation after this board item about the sales and use tax forecast. The last sales and use tax forecast was used for the midterm financial plan that was received in September. Since then, our partners at CU Leads have gotten additional information and revised their forecast and provided us with the forecast for March 2021. That shows an increase in sales and use tax forecasted at $114 million. So a slightly better improvement than what we anticipated earlier. We've spoken about the debt refinance and interest savings. The largest one was the one that the board approved just a couple months ago and was closed out in March. That refinancing saved $127 million. We also had a refinancing in December with the private activity bonds, and then we have a potential for another smaller refinancing of about $5 million. So $140 million in savings from that. Then we also have the CRISA funding and the ARPA grant funding. So all told, those items accumulate to $915 million that we did not know about back in November. So that's great news on the funding standpoint. So this next slide shows some of the other items, some of the challenges that we have arisen since we did that midterm financial plan. The top line is just a summarization of what we looked at on the prior slide with a total of $915 million positive new funding and reduced expenses. So walking through the usage of this funding, the CRISA funding, as we saw on that previous slide, has already been designated for certain uses, $180 million towards 6 run boards, and then the other items totaling $203 million. So of the $915, $203 million has already been designated for specific uses. One of the items that was very uncertain and still remains uncertain when we did the midterm financial plan is our fares. So we were still about midway through to where we are now in the COVID process, and it was really uncertain as to when fares would recover, when riders would return, and it's still very uncertain. So at the time, certain assumptions were made that we would recover ridership within a 2 to 3 year time period and get back to where we were pre-COVID. So this line item is put in here and it sums to $356 million because we wanted to bring this to the board just so that you're aware that if the new future state of RTD's ridership is the current state, which is about 60% lower in ridership, then there will be an impact of the fares that were contemplated in the forecast. If we just keep the fares at the current state going forward, that means a loss of an additional $356 million in fares that was included in the midterm financial plan. So that's a very big number and a very big concern. I guess the good news is right now is the CRISA funding and the ARP funding have given us a little bit of time to see how things develop, but this is probably a potential worst case scenario that we want to be planning for if that does really materialize. So that leaves us, if those do materialize, that leaves us with $356 million of the 915 from this funding. And I would just like to reiterate that it is one-time funding, so some of these items are ongoing, obviously, with fares and reserve usage. We have a line item in here for possible DTP, Denver Transit Partners, legal costs associated with the litigation. We still don't know what the outcome is from that. We're waiting for the judge's decision on that. That nothing has been budgeted for that, so that's an outstanding item that we don't know what that may result in. I also put a line item in here for the Tabor effect. So we've had a few discussions with the board about Tabor, Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. Under Tabor, governmental entities have to seek authorization to collect taxes and issue debt. So for RTD, what that means is we have the base system and we have fast tracks. Under the base system, we are exempt from some of the provisions of Tabor in terms of this ratchet down effect. And what the ratchet down effect is that year over year, a government agency cannot collect an additional amount of taxes from taxpayers more than, for us, the growth in population and property taxes within the district. So as an example, if we weren't exempt from Tabor currently, year over year when we had the decrease in sales and use tax revenues of about $30 million in 2020, that would reset our baseline, and that's our new baseline, and we could not collect more than the growth of population and property taxes in 2021. Any excess has to be returned to the taxpayers. So why this is in here is that in 2025, the base system debt is paid off, and then the base system then becomes subject to this ratcheting down effect. So there could be some potential negative impacts to what was shown in the midterm financial plan, where we are budgeted to be balanced in the base system. I also included a line item here, eliminate use of fast tracks reserves. So when I spoke to the fact that the midterm financial plan, we were using up all of our reserves to stay balanced on the fast tracks books. That total is $238 million through 2026. So if we want to maintain the 3 months of operating reserves and maintain our financial footing in terms of our foundation, we would not use those reserves, and then instead would save some of the funding that we've received. Finally, I have a line item in here for the ARPA grant fund use, and it's blank because with the 915, if these items do materialize, we're only left with $78.9 million at the end of 2026. So essentially what this is saying is that we are using the ARPA funding to help subsidize the loss of fair revenue and some of these other items if we continue on the same path in terms of our expenditures. So that kind of rounds out what we're currently looking at, and we will continue to update the board in terms of additional items that come forward. We do plan later in the year to bring new forecasts forward, as well as more budget information, but that's where we are currently. So just to summarize some of these items, so these are our staff's financial concerns at the current time. So we do have the great news that we've gotten this funding. This federal COVID relief funding has been amazingly helpful, but it's only part, one-time funding that doesn't last. So one of the items, and this came from the board guiding principles, was to solidify RTD's financial foundation, which is really, establishing reserves and preparing for the rainy days, and then really setting a path forward in terms of knowing what our expenditures will be and matching our expenditures to anticipated revenues. I mentioned the supplemental funding is one time, so some of the costs that we are incurring will be recurring costs, service costs. If those aren't adjusted, those are recurring costs going on into the future, obviously. And then fair recovery post-COVID, that was a really big line item, as you saw on that one slide, $356 million if we stay in the current state of fair collections. So that remains to be seen if customers return, where they return, what our fair policies are at that time. A lot of unknowns on that end, but it's a big number. Maintaining efficient levels of expenditures. Again, we do have, and the final bullet too, state of good repair in some of these projects. So along with our funding of operations, we do have a lot of concerns going forward, since we've delayed a lot of projects, a lot of asset replacement and repair. We've been doing that long before COVID. We've been kind of kicking the can down the road. So we have several items that are becoming more critical, and they're building up. So another concern is on that end, is just maintaining what we do have. So Madam Chair, that wraps up my presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. There's a lot of information there. I do see Chair Rivera-Melpietti's hand is raised.
Thank you. And Mr. McLeod, thank you so much for the presentation. This was very, very good. I have two questions. The first one has to do with really addressing our asset state of good repair, and what is that price tag? That's my first question. And my second question is solidifying RTD's financial foundation. You were saying 3 months of reserves. What is the price tag of that as well, please?
Mr. McLeod?
Great, thank you. Great questions. Yes, so on the 3 months reserve, so the price tag of that for both base and fast tracks, currently in 2020, we were averaging about $51 million per month in operating expenditures, excluding depreciation. So just maintaining that same level is for 3 months at $51 million per month is $153 million. So that would be the ideal level that we want to get at. And obviously that can change over time, because we'd want to use those reserves when we ran into difficulties economically. Say if we had a recession, lost some sales taxes, that kind of smooths out the bumps in the road. So that was the idea behind the 3 months and $150 million. So at least at the end of 2020, we were right there because of that additional funding that we were able to keep in reserves, the 118 million. We were right at 3 months reserve. So really depends on how things look going forward. In terms of the state of good repair costs, I don't recall the exact cost right offhand, but it was significant. It's in the 150, $200 million range. And a large portion of that is some of our fleet replacements. So we have a need. We've been pushing off bus purchases for quite a while. Just had a discussion today about our fleet replacement plan. We've got a large number of buses that are reaching 15, 16, 17-year lives that we've delayed replacing just due to our previous financial challenges. So it's a significant number, and I can follow up and get you an exact number of what that looks like.
And if I might, Madam Chair, what is the average life expectancy for our buses? I know we're over a lot.
Yeah, and if anybody else wants to weigh in, please do. But
General Manager Deborah Johnson, CEO, basically in reference to our assets, as we look for the Federal Transit Administration, we're required to hold on to that asset from 12 to 15 years contingent upon the mileage, which can go up to 500,000 miles.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that all, Chair Rivera-Malpieri?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Director Deschelle, I see your hand is up, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Doug McLeod, and for you and your staff and GM CEO Johnson for putting this together. I just want to make sure that I'm reading this graph correctly, which is that in 2023, if we do not, assuming the worst case scenario, in 2023, we are looking at a $103 million deficit. Am I reading that right?
Mr. McLeod?
Sorry, yes, sorry. That is, let me refer to that slide. So that is the slide on page
25.
25.
Thank you. So on page 25, so we broke this down by year just so we could see the effects by year. So that's true for that particular year. It would be a deficit of 103 million. You can see in the prior years we actually have a positive balance. So technically that amount would be carried forward and used to pay for some of that deficit.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Tisdale, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A quick question for our acting CFO. Do your projections take into account the Leeds School of Business forecast that is a later part of this presentation this evening?
Yes, we did not have that most recent forecast when we did the last midterm financial plan. So yes, we did include that. That is and during the midterm financial plan period of 2021 through 2026, that's an additional 114 million. However, what I would point out is what you'll see in this forecast. If you get past that point, when you compare the latest forecast to the September forecast, basically the positive impact has all been brought forward into these earlier years. And the gentleman from CU Leeds will explain that they're seeing some different activity where they think some of the spending will occur earlier, which results in later years is actually going to be lower than their September forecast.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to see, and I know a little bit when Rich Robican and the others speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Are there any other questions? I have one, and I think I may have missed something earlier, so I apologize if you already said it. So when you look at expenditures, operating expenditures, does that assume going to pre-COVID service levels? Or does it, I mean, reinstatement of service, or does it maintain the service levels that we have right now?
It maintains, in the midterm financial plan, that the assumption that was made was that it would maintain the current level of service with slight increases going forward. So the costs associated with that would increase according to inflation. So that's the idea that happened behind that the expenses. The other thing that would be important to know is that those expenses weren't significantly reduced because the thought was is that we would maintain service based on the CARES funding, and then that was carried forward. So the expenses that we have in there are really current state that we're carrying forward.
Okay, and those were also taken into account that we had to double up on buses to maintain social distancing. Got
Correct.
it. Okay, I think Director Lewis was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Doug, for this presentation. It's actually quite thorough and super easy to follow along. I say at the beginning, I really appreciate seeing the debt refinancing. So thank you all for your work in that. I do have a few questions from the, I actually don't know what slide this was, where you talked about the reversal of the furloughs, the tiered pay reductions, and then the PTO payouts. And I was just kind of curious as to the thinking around the reversal of those decisions.
If I may, Madam Chair, if I can direct
absolutely
the response to Director Lewis. So recognizing when we received the legislative text as related to the CARES Act, CARISA Act, it specifically cited that these monies were being allocated for those who had been placed on furlough. Recognizing that furlough days were instituted for non-represented employees, we leveraged this going forward, looking at what was done and the sacrifices that had been made holistically throughout the entire organization. Hence, we were doing a rescission with those that have been laid off in the front line operator and mechanics ranks. And in relationship to the furloughs, those were only geared toward that classification of employee. Hence, that was the rationale, recognizing the intent of the legislation is put forward.
I see. So if I might, with a follow-up, General Manager, with the represented employees, was there a revisit there, or was it not necessary because you had already had that information going into the renegotiation of contracts?
So with the represented employees, they never were impacted by furlough days. What was done instead was eliminating positions, i.e. some that were vacant. Hence, when we received the money, that's why a rescission was done of the layoffs and doing a recall of said positions.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
So Director Rivera-Malpietti actually asked this question, but I had an additional follow-up for the deferred projects list. I know we tend to receive that deferred projects list as a board, and I'm curious if we've made any headway or been able to prioritize projects based on the funding that we have recently received or are in a position to receive.
General Manager Johnson.
Thank you very much. And I will have acting CFO McLeod addressed as well. But as we look at what's happening, recognizing we just received information pursuant to what the CARISA money actually could be leveraged for. And as cited, we're talking about salary, utilities, fuel, and the operation of the bus and rail lines. Recognizing that there could be some implications relative to safety, we're going to reconvene and have a discussion around that since we now understand the parameters.
Okay, and if I might ask, Mr. McLeod, go ahead.
No, thank you. I was just agreeing. General Manager Johnson covered it all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if I might, and this may be coming to the board, I'd be curious as to, as you all revisit that conversation, where we might be in terms of being able to get some of those projects off of that deferred projects list and begin to address some of those. And so if that might come back to the board, I'd be interested in it. You can also send that via email. You don't have to bring it as a board report.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Director Lewis, and recognizing we want to ensure that we are operating in a state of good repair. So anything that is past the typical preventative maintenance aspect or whatever else there is that we need to ensure that we're meeting the thresholds relative to the operability of our service, those will be top of mind. And we can most definitely do a communicate to the board outlining what that is. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd love to be able to talk about those things. And then finally, Mr. McLeod, you spoke about the fares trending downward. And I was curious, is in terms of the services that we weren't offering during the pandemic service, were there any cost savings at all, or because we were having those followers that maybe we might have broken even?
Yeah, that's a great question. Oh, thank you, Doug McLeod here. So yes, and that's a really good question. So that slide was intended to show that in the original midterm financial plan, we had contemplated a fairly significant recovery over those 6 years, getting back to almost a pre-COVID normality in terms of fare collections and ridership. What that line item of $356 million was intended to demonstrate that if this is the new normal and we don't make that recovery to pre-COVID levels, that's what our exposure is on the revenue side. So, and to answer the second part of your question, definitely there were some significant measures taken towards the end of 2020 that saved quite a bit of money, which also contributed to the additional fund balance that we were left with at the end of the year, which was great that we had a good starting point for this year. Then for 2021, the budget contemplated a lot of those reductions in force and some of those other cost reductions that were necessary to meet what was anticipated back in November for a loss in revenue. So the great news is after the first 2 months is that we're trending right at budget. So we have been successful in reducing our costs to this point this year. So that was going to be one concern. You know, it's always with all the changes that were happening, it's difficult to tell what that really looks like until you actually see it happening. So I think we're in decent shape on the expense side, but it's a very cautious position that we don't have much wiggle room, given that the additional funding is really temporary in nature.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Does that answer your questions, Dr. Lewis?
I was actually in the middle of a sentence. So it does beg for me the discussion that we've been having with the state legislature in the accountability committee, and this conversation around providing more flexibility for RTD. And I think the dialogue naturally going to, hey, now you can offer RTD for free, fare free. And now we're talking about, fares trending downward and not really seeing an increase in ridership. And so it's definitely an interesting conversation to be had in the future. But thank you so much, Mr. McLeod. I really appreciate your work on this. With that, those concludes my remarks.
Thank you. I guess I just misunderstood when you said finally. I didn't know you were going to continue, so I apologize. I wanted to acknowledge that Director Broom has joined us, and he does have his hand up, but prior to Director Broom, I see that Director Davidson has his hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Thanks for the conversation today, the presentation. I just want to make sure I understand from a cash flow standpoint and a mechanics standpoint. So recognizing that we did just get the final guidance on the CRRSA funding for salary, utility, fuel, operation of bus and rail today. This may be a little bit premature, but do I understand correctly that the CRRSA funds need to be dispersed, not obligated, but dispersed by February 2022? That's kind of part one to my question.
Mr. McLeod?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, sorry, the CRRSA funds, trying to recall, yes, those do have to be dispersed by 2022. And that has not been a concern for us necessarily, because we have the expenditures that we can draw that down long before. And we intend to take the same approach that we did with the CARES funding, is to draw that money down as quickly as possible, get it in our bank accounts to earn interest, and then use it to fund operations or other options going forward.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I know we've talked a little bit about that, but that's kind of part two to my question. Just, do we have yet to identify all of the expenditures now that we just have the guidance of what we'll actually obligate and then disperse the funds to? I know we're doing the run board, but we're just basically pulling forward some expenses in the categories that qualify and then extending out other money forward from a cash flow standpoint. Have we identified what we'll draw against yet, or is that an ongoing process now that we have the guidance?
Our approach with the CRISA funding, the second round of funding, was going to be the same approach that we used with the CARES funding. So we would use those same categories of expenses, mainly costs associated with operating in terms of wages, salaries, wages, and benefits, and then also purchase transportation. One of the balancing acts that we have to do is we also receive on an annual basis an apportionment for preventive maintenance grants that are 5307. Those are approximately $65 to $70 million annually, and we can't mix up the expenditures for each one. You can only draw on one, obviously, using a certain expenditure. So we're being very careful in how we administer that, but our intent is to use those same types of expenditures to draw.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Davidson. We have Director Broom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My question is this for staff. How confident are you in all the information that you've provided to us here tonight? I've never seen such wild swings before in anybody's, set of municipal books. And so I'm concerned that you really haven't had that chance to study these numbers and make sure that they're firm. And going forward, we need to have firm numbers in order to make good decisions. But that's just an observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Broom. Would CEO General Manager Johnson or Mr. McLeod like to respond to that?
I appreciate Director Broom's comments, and I support those. I had a conversation very similar to that with Director Geisinger, as relates to where we are, recognizing we are giving guidance and these are one-time expenditures. And as we go forward, we have to make informed decisions. So I appreciate him acknowledging that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Director Cook.
Yeah, just quickly, one thing the numbers really drive home for me is the need to focus on ridership and building that back up, because I also think that's where the accountability committee is coming in too. I mean, I've heard several times that our aim should be to build ridership, and that would address that yawning gap in fare revenues that we see coming in too, even if it means lowering fares at some point to build ridership in order to have that happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Director Geisinger.
Thank you. One question I had is about Tabor. You mentioned that if we may hit the ratchet down where we have no more than growth in population and property tax in the district. What actually triggers that ratchet down? Is it the lowering of property values? Is that that was my understanding at one point, which seems weird, but do you know, Doug?
Yeah, this is Doug McLeod, and Melanie may have a little more background. So Tabor is notoriously vague on some of these items. So we've actually tried to go and look at what that means for RTD and how we could calculate that. And it's very, very difficult, as you can imagine, trying to assess property values within the district. But yeah, that's really the intent, is that it would drop us down to a lower level, and we would only be able to collect on that basis. And I'm sorry, I'm probably not answering your question. If I'm missing a portion of that.
Well, I'm sorry, was somebody else saying something?
No, I just asked you to go ahead and follow up.
Thank you. I'm not exactly sure what my question is. I'm just, and you sort of answered it, because I was trying to figure out how we calculated the 19 million each of those years, and because it does seem like it's hard to. It's something we have to keep an eye on, I think, as we move forward, and whether we need to take action on that.
Yeah, definitely.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Those numbers were just basically what we did is we eliminated the growth in sales and use taxes for those years on the base system. So those two $19 million numbers were what were projected for growth in sales and use tax. And if we were to remain flat, that's what we'd be giving up.
Okay. And then you talked about the CARES Act funds and that the 125.6 million went to represented employees' wages and benefits, and about 21.3 million went to non-represented employees. Are those the numbers going forward? Non-represented may have changed, I guess, but are those essentially the numbers that we expect going forward?
Yeah, probably about, this is Doug McLeod, probably about that same ratio. And as I mentioned, what we have to do is when we gather those expenditures to draw down on the CARES or the CRISA funding, is we have to separate out what we're going to use to draw down on preventive maintenance. So the ratio between represented and non-represented is a little misleading, because a lot of the preventive maintenance costs that we would draw on the 5307 annual grants funding are not included in this COVID relief funding. So, mechanic costs of mechanics, those types of preventive maintenance costs actually get drawn on a separate grant.
Great, thanks. So just one last question. The 30 million each of the next 6 run boards that we're putting, is that that largely wages, salaries, additions to service, or I guess it would be all of the costs of service? Is that what's there?
If I may, Director Geisinger, yes, that's everything from soup to nut when we talk about deploying service. So it's all the aspects that were outlined in the CRISA, i.e. salaries, the operation of bus and rail lines, fuel, all of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like Director Rosenthal has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another question down the road, but with Tabor, if there were to be a fix to allow RTD to escape that revenue pressure to where we'd have to return money to the taxpayers, would that be a legislative fix, or would that be a constitutional fix to where we could address that? And that's probably best for General Counsel Snyder or whomever would like to answer it.
General Counsel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If I'm understanding the question, I think you're referring to the fact that we lose our de-roosing in 2024. And so that hasn't been budgeted for, as I understand it. So we would have to go back to the voters to be able to either collect or impose new taxes, or to be able to retain tax revenue beyond that point it's being collected.
I'm sorry, I guess what I was saying is there an act of the legislature so we could actually avoid doing that? Or would we have to go to the voters with a constitutional amendment to say, can we as RTD avoid doing this?
Yes, Director Rosenthal, RTD would need to go to the voters. It wouldn't be a constitutional amendment, but we would need voter authorization.
And then one last question, which is, so the reserves being at 3 months, and I know this sounds counterintuitive, but if we do see potentially any additional revenues as the economy recovers, would we potentially see putting more money into the reserves above the 3 months, maybe getting to 4 months or 5 months? And would that be helpful? Would that be something that would be, that would be good for for RTD to do?
This is Doug McLeod. Yeah, and that's really a policy discussion that needs to be had, is, what level do we as an agency feel comfortable? Obviously, the more we have, the more security we have for future surprises. On the flip side, there's also the obligation to taxpayers to provide, an efficient service and an efficient level of service in return for their taxpayer dollars. So it's striking that balance that I think is kind of a policy decision that would need to be discussed if that does materialize.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Does that answer your question, Mr. Rosenthal? That would be part of a fiscal policy discussion that this board might have if it chose to change that 3 months of operating, though could materialize in the future, I believe. I don't see any other hands raised. We have one more discussion item for this committee tonight, and it was alluded to in this earlier presentation. And I'm just going to refer again to Acting CFO Doug McLeod to introduce our guests. Doug?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in September and March of each year, the team from University of Colorado Lead School Business Research Division, who we have contracted with to prepare our sales and use tax forecasts, come to the board to present an economic forecast update. In the board package, the this item starts on packet page 28. There is a presentation that the gentleman will walk through, but I also wanted to point out that we did attach the actual forecast report in the back. It's a lengthy report, and if you have any questions about that, you can certainly contact me at a time that's convenient for you. So tonight we have Rich Wobbekind, Robert McNown, and Brian Lewandowski, I believe, who are going to do the presentation. So gentlemen, please take it away. You may be on mute.
Thank you. Sorry. I just want, there's a lot of new faces on the board. I just want to make a couple of very quick introductory comments holding to the concept of brevity that was requested. So we will move through the presentation rapidly and hopefully have time for questions. We've been involved in the forecast with RTD for the past 10 years and just recently signed a new contract. And going back to Director Broom's comment and also Director Tisdale's, we've seen volatility like you can't imagine. You're all living it, so I don't need to describe that to you. And during the past year, for a period of time, we were producing monthly forecasts for the staff just to help them sort of get through this because the volatility was so dramatic in so many of the indicators. So, realizing that and realizing changes, I very much appreciate the comments about how can you be sure. We'll talk a little bit about that. But when I look at the economy going forward, and you'll get that sense, I think one of the biggest unknowns now with all the things that have happened is that ridership piece. And we're not forecasting that ridership piece, but I'll address that very briefly in just a little bit. Along with renewing the model, we also updated a lot of pieces, changed the report. So you're seeing a new product, if you will, as it came out of the most recent contract. So I'm going to talk about the sort of background information that we're using to forecast the economy. And then my colleague, Robert McNown's going to pick it up and talk about the actual model results for RTD. And really part of the reason here is this is what we're using to drive the forecast. So I want to just make a few comments about that, but also to reinforce some of the conversation that you've been having over the last hour and 15 minutes or so in terms of the fluctuations and the things you're paying attention to. So you look at the GDP output and I won't go through the 3 stimulus bills because you've heard so much about them with respect to specific funding for RTD. But every time one of those stimulus bills passed, it dramatically affected the level of personal income, tax rebates, and unemployment insurance increases. And that affected all of the sort of modeling. And you'll see the effects of that as we go through. So before the December bill was passed, we were saying that GDP would get back to its previous peak by the end of this year. When the December supplemental was passed, we were saying it would happen in the fourth quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter. Now with the most recent act that was passed, the American Rescue Plan, it is likely to hit the same level of GDP by the third quarter. So in terms of the output recovering, that's in place. The employment is doing, especially in the last couple of months, is doing well as the vaccines have rolled out. As you're all witnessing, things are getting a little bit closer to normal. But if you look at this graphic, you can see what we've been talking about for the last year and a half. Recovering from that kind of a collapse in employment takes a while. And even with the last couple of months having very strong employment data, we're still down about 8 million jobs. And so this is one of the concern areas, getting that employment all the way back. That's not likely to happen until probably the end of next year or into 2023. So that's one of the things we have to sort of build into the forecast as we're looking at the pieces. Until the last 2 months, we were still down a higher percentage-wise of employment than we were in any of the recessions basically since World War II. So we were down over 6.5% until the last 2 months of employment data. And you can see the Great Recession that you all lived through in 2008 and 2009, that bottomed out at 6.3%. But you can also see that that took over 6 years to recover, to get back to the same level of employment. And as I'm suggesting to you, we're going to see this get back to the same level of employment in probably 30 months, somewhere in that range. So a much more rapid recovery to full employment. Colorado has fared okay in the recovery in terms of year-over-year growth. We went into this February a year ago, and in February 2020, and we were like 5th in the nation, so we were really doing well. Now we're sort of in the middle. So the recovery has been a little slower. There's lots of reasons that we can sort of conjecture. Is it a different pattern of rollout? Is it a different pattern of industry mix, being a heavy tourism state, for example? So there's pieces that are involved there. But what's clearly known and what you're seeing in terms of your ridership, part of your ridership and so on, is it's becoming very much a K-shaped recovery, the haves and the have-nots. And that's, I think, one of the greatest areas of concern that we have going forward. How do we make sure that the have-nots, the people who've been sort of left behind in this recovery, ultimately get assimilated back into the workforce, not just additional stimulus checks and additional unemployment benefits, but actually getting them back as fully functioning members of the economy. This sort of shows you the relative strength or weakness, if you wish, all of them negative year over year through February. But you can see Boulder and Greeley out there at the end having the weakest job or the greatest job loss, if you will. Denver sort of in the middle for Colorado. So you can sort of see, the impact has been sort of spread out throughout the state. So going back to my comment about stimulus, just very quickly, when we look at this particular graphic, the red line on the bottom is the savings that's occurring in the economy. The blue line in the middle is consumption, and the tan line at the top is personal income. So what we've seen is with every one of the spikes in personal income, the tan line, and those spikes in personal income are being driven by transfer payments and unemployment insurance, not by higher levels of wages, but by higher levels of transfers. So we had the transfers in April of 2020. We saw a big surge in consumption. We had the transfers in December of 2020. We saw January's numbers jump up. We have transfers now that are, as I understand from looking at the information today, the IRS checks are hitting right now. We would anticipate that April is going to see a surge in retail sales again. And of course, that's hugely important when you're talking about that revenue stream for the state, but obviously for the RTD district. So you can see here that February 6.3%, again, year over year, but minus 3% from the prior month. So we had this January surge from the December stimulus, we had February fall off, and now when you see the April numbers, March isn't out yet either, but when you see the April numbers, really anticipating a stimulus hit from that. So this is through December, and again, this is just sales taxes, not sales and use. So I want to make sure that's clear. But to give you an idea of how you're faring, RTD district is down 2.6%. All the way at the bottom, you can see Colorado through December is up 2.3%, but you can see all the variation in between. City of Boulder is down 8.8, Lone Tree is down 23, Superior is up 18.1. So our view on this is you're not doing all that badly in this particular regard. In fact, you've got a balanced portfolio. You've got some of those really good spots and some of those really bad spots. And by having that diversity in the RTD district portfolio, overall, it's helping pretty nicely in the overall picture of things. Again, you probably have read this, so I don't want to take too much time, but the areas that had open air, types of retail that had big box types of retail have fared much better. Main Street still struggling in many places in terms of retail. And part of why I bring that up is, so, when does that Main Street retail come back? Well, part of it comes back. You have a thriving, downtown Denver area, people living there, and as the restaurants reopen at higher capacities and so on. But you also have a lunch business and maybe a after business, happy hour, or whatever you want to call it. And that's driven by occupancies in those buildings. The other piece of this, which relates back to the main question that came out of the earlier presentation, if more telework occurs, does that impact the level of public transportation that's used? And you can see the various sectors. This is the most recent month that we have from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, but this is showing roughly the percent of telework on a month-to-month basis, and then the different types of industries, how they're being impacted. So this is, I think, the key uncertainty vis-a-vis public ridership of RTD. Sure, there's the concerns about the spread of the virus, but people are going to get over that, and all of that stuff is going to be in the rearview mirror at some point in the not too distant future. But if people are commuting to work 3 days a week instead of 5, or 4 days a week instead of 5, I think that's a bigger question. So with that, I am passing the baton to my colleague, Robert McNown. I'm going to still be controlling the slides, but you're going to hear Professor McNown, Dr. McNown, talk about the RTD model and give you more detail.
Right. Thank you, Rich. And thank you to the Board of Directors for inviting us to give this presentation. Rich has set the background, both at the state and the national level, in terms of the key economic indicators that are driving our forecast ultimately. And this little chart on the left traces the general modeling strategy that we use, where the national economy is driving the Colorado economy, which in turn drives the district economy. And together, those last two economies determine these sales and use tax revenues for RTD. So we obtain our forecasts from Moody's Analytics for the national variables. And then we've developed a model for the Colorado economy that's extended now to the regional transportation district, and ultimately the equations that provide forecasts of the sales and use tax revenues for RTD. So it's, in some sense, it is the national economy that lies behind our forecasts, but we do allow for some independence in the Colorado economy. In some periods, the Colorado economy is stronger than the national one, and that's reflected in our model as well. But you can see, sort of anticipating the forecast here, if you look at the row for 2021 and reading across to the second entry after that date, the percentage change in retail sales at the national level projected by Moody's to be over 9%. And so you can see that's a remarkable boost in the this key variable that's going to be ultimately driving the sales and use tax revenues for RTD. Now, I want to mention that we've been working with the staff of RTD over 10 years, particularly with Doug McLeod and with Monica Triple-Harnke. And more recently, we've been provided with some really valuable data by Todd Nickel, who has provided data on key components of RTD sales tax revenues, which we didn't have before. In our previous updates, we simply worked directly with total sales tax revenues. But in the current situation, during the pandemic and now during the recovery as well, some of the most important components of retail sales or sales tax revenues for RTD have been moving in opposite directions. And in such a situation, it's really valuable for us to be able to make a more nuanced and informative analysis of these individual components. Take, for example, the sales of hotels and restaurants, which of course we know have really been depressed, and you contrast that with e-commerce, which has been soaring. So to be able to treat those now separately, I think has really enhanced our modeling capability. On the next slide, you can see that the strength in the U.S. economy is going to carry over to the state and ultimately to RTD revenues. So again, focus on the row, if probably looking at the right panel there, where it's the percentage change year to year in RTD revenues. And you can see for 2021, we're anticipating an 8% growth in RTD revenues, really a remarkable turnaround. And that reflects a very high expected retail sales growth at both the national and the state level too. And what you see here, this slide displays the forecast out to 2027. So this presents in both our short-term and medium-term forecasts, which I know goes into your medium-term planning. So going out to 2027, all these numbers here, kind of overwhelming, but just to summarize that in one statistic here, these forecasts call for a 41% increase in RTD tax revenues between 2020 and 2027. So it's a strong, sustained growth over this period of time. Now, of course, we recognize, and you'll see in the next slide, that all these future projections are subject to some degree of uncertainty. And we always try to capture the range of uncertainty, first of all, with alternative national economic scenarios. And you can see those in the green line where it says optimistic and the red line pessimistic. These are two alternative scenarios that are provided by Moody's in addition to the baseline scenario, which we take as the most likely outcome. But this is one possible way of viewing the range of uncertainty generated by the different possible outcomes at the national level. But in addition to that, we also present a more extreme range of uncertainty, what we call the high forecast and the low forecast, the top and the bottom lines. And those are statistically based bounds on the possible outcomes. And in this particular case, what we present are bounds that with a 67% probability will contain the actual outcome. That is that the expectation is that RTD tax revenues will fall between those most extreme upper and lower bounds with a 67% probability. Now we also do this, you'll see in the next slide, for the long range forecast. We're charged with developing a forecast that goes out 30 years. And so now carrying out to 2050. And for this purpose, we've developed a separate model that focuses really on future demographic change, about which we have some reasonable expectations, because so much of fertility and mortality rates are going to be very slow to change, and even so, as they do change, their impact on actual populations is not going to change so dramatically. There's a lot of momentum, or inertia, I should say, in demographic projections. And so this is a reasonable basis, I think, for making some intelligent projections about what's likely to happen to the national economy, and then ultimately, of course, RTD revenues. So demographic change features in importantly in two ways. That first of all, there will be a slowing in population growth in total, and secondly, an aging of that population. And both of those factors will tend to retard overall economic growth and consequently overall levels of expenditures by households, and therefore a slower growth in RTD tax revenues. And you can see that in the table of numbers there on the right. And what you'll notice is that in each subsequent decade, the average annual rate of growth of first Colorado retail sales and ultimately RTD taxable sales declines as we go from the 20s to the 30s to the 40s. And so the long run prospects for growth in RTD revenues are you know, pretty modest, I'd have to say, to be kind of polite about it. And but we think this is a pretty reasonable way to look at what's likely to happen in this very long run. And so finally, our last slide, Rich, we just want to emphasize that we're trying to present forecasts that have integrity, that are not biased. We don't have a political stake with RTD or in the particular forecasts that we're making. We do try to update, as Rich mentioned, particularly over the past year. We provided frequent updates to the staff because of the rapidly changing economic situation. And as some of the slides have emphasized, that the forecasts may be too high or too low. We always have emphasized from early on the uncertainty in the economy that is generating uncertainty about our forecasts as well. But I would also point out that our forecast record, at least up until 2020, I think was very good, with an average forecast error of approximately 1% of total RTD revenues. The forecasts are unbiased in the sense that approximately many are overstated as understated. And I think that's a good outcome as well. So thank you for your attention to this, and we would be happy to take any questions you have about the forecast or presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Webekind and McNown. Really appreciate your presentation as always. I did notice that Director Williams had her hand raised, and if there are other directors who have questions of our guests, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. Director Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if the recent move toward employer trip reduction planning was included. That's been a big deal here. And I wonder if that affected the projections in any way.
No. So of course, we have to keep in mind that we're only forecasting the sales and use tax revenues. So we're not dealing with fare box revenues. I don't know if you were suggesting that this change in policy could be having wider economic effects that are not incorporated in our forecasts. If so, I would have to admit that no, we've not considered that in our equations.
It's a policy that requires employers in Colorado to reduce their employees' commute by 40%. upcoming, and that I think that that will also have all kinds of effects on people eating out and people buying things, and that we are not, in many ways, let us hope, we are not going back to the world that we used to live in, and that I am glad that you guys do this for a living and not me. I think that projecting the future is a dice roll right about now. So that's all. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, well, thank you for that insight. That's certainly something we should keep our eyes on.
Thank you, Director Williams. And is that not for employers with more than 100 employees, I believe?
Yes, it is. For now, it is, yes.
Yeah. Are there any other questions from board members? Seeing none, let's move on. And thank you again, gentlemen, for your presentation. We really appreciate it. Are you going to be, typically the cycle is you would be presenting again in September, is that correct?
That's correct, and I certainly hope it's live.
Okay, so do we.
My colleague, Professor McNown, rides the RTD bus from Boulder down, so.
Yeah. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed. Thank you.
I'm missing that ride.
Okay, are there any other matters to discuss? Director Deschelle.
And just for, this is the other matters section of the agenda, correct? That wasn't just a rhetorical. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, and I think I might have brought this up last month as well. We're now in mid-April. The state audit had us by December really updating our audit function. And this is the audit committee. So I would ask if we have an update on how we're progressing on meeting that December deadline for updating our internal audit practices, and how the board can or should be involved with that.
I might start, and then I would like to turn it over to CEO General Manager Johnson. As you are aware, the APTA peer review committee has been working on a peer review of our internal audit, but there have also been some really good strides made in terms of our reporting for personnel actions. I mean, with the training that we've all gone through with our logging time and all. Deborah, if you want to add anything to that, but I think there are some opportunities to make progress. And when we reconvene with the audit portion of this committee, I think that would be a good agenda item. General Manager, CEO Johnson, do you want to?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So what I would share, Director Deschelle, recognizing that we are, I would say, in the process of our APTA peer review because they've done their due diligence and are preparing a report. That report is anticipated to be received within 30 days. I was just briefed last week. So recognizing we're more or less looking at early May, the intent would be to brief this board in executive session as relates to what those recommendations are, understanding the nature of internal audit and what the purpose is and what would be disclosed. So at that juncture, that would be steps we're making. I am going to work in tandem with Chair Catlin and Vice Chair Davison, as there are auspices of which the board has relative to the internal audit function outside of the general manager CEO's purview. So that's why we will be working in tandem and having discussions in that appropriate forum, being in closed session to deduce what the path forward is relative to what it is that you all collectively decide as a policy body. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager, CEO. I also was a little bit disjointed in my response, but there was more than the internal audit as part of the state audit. And I thought maybe some of those aspects could be brought forward in terms of progress at our next meeting, and particularly the tools that we're starting to employ for employee retention, which includes things like exit interviews and some of those things that are automated. So there the main focus of this committee is to really focus on internal audit, but I think that there could be an opportunity at next month's meeting to discuss those other elements of the state audit as well. And we can work with Director Geisinger to see, how we might structure that so that we can report out our progress as an agency for the other components of the audit.
Great. Thank you all so much.
Any other comments? Our next meeting date will be May 4th, 2021. And seeing no other discussion, this meeting is adjourned at 7:26. And I suggest that we take a 5-minute break and reconvene in our next committee meeting at 7:31. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give everybody a 1-minute warning to return to your screens. Okay, good evening. Welcome to the Operations and Customer Service Committee meeting. We are convened as of 7:32 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. I'll go through some part of what we went through at the last committee meeting. I would ask that everyone please mute yourself unless you are recognized to speak. Please know that under current circumstances, the official meetings of the RTD Board of Directors are being held remotely in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare. For the immediate future, the official meetings of the board will be held via Zoom and will be audio and video recorded. The meeting recordings, along with the unofficial minutes of the meetings, will be posted as soon as practicable. Love that word. On the board's website. You can visit rtd-denver.com and scroll to the bottom of the page for the link to the Board of Directors page. Directors and members of staff, as you know, if you would like to be acknowledged during tonight's proceedings, please raise your virtual hand and wait for me to call you before proceeding to speak. Speaking out of turn or over each other will only add confusion to the record and to the proceedings. Directors and staff participating by phone can also raise their virtual hands by pressing *9. To toggle your mute setting on the phone, use *6. Please note that we are not taking public commentary during this meeting. Members of the public who are interested in speaking directly to the board are encouraged to do so during the monthly board meeting. For future meeting dates, please refer to the board's meeting portal located at rtd.iqm2.com. We don't need to read the safety briefing again, so we will go directly to our recommended actions for the evening as soon as I find my way there and all of my paperwork. I believe we have 2 recommended actions this evening. The first recommended action I'll read is for the Board of Directors to authorize the General Manager and CEO or her designee to execute all documents necessary to enter into a funding agreement with the City of Boulder for financial support for HOP circulator operations within the commercial areas of the City of Boulder, the University of Colorado at Boulder, and adjacent business and residential areas for the calendar year 2021 for an amount not to exceed $978,092. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Rosenthal.
Second Cook.
Thank you, Director Rosenthal and Director Cook. We have staff representation to speak to this. Mr. Worthen? Ms.
Good evening.
Valinos?
Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable board members. Fred Worthen, AGM of Bus Operations. For just as a little bit of background, the RTD has a long-standing history of partnering with local governmental agencies, nonprofits, and other entities throughout our region to provide supplemental services for RTD services. These include local services such as the HOP and the Inglewood Trolley, rural services such as Jeffco County, Boulder County, and Adams County. And then we have grants such as the Flex Ride services like the Wagon Road Flex Ride, Broome County Flex Ride, or Broomfield Flex Ride. Then we have alternative services such as the Dr. Cog Banpool program. All in all, we have about a dozen different funding agreements and we're requesting approval of the HOP agreement for an amount not to exceed $978,092. Within the board packet, there is a history of the background on how we have partnered with the City of Boulder to provide funding services and agreements for the HOP services, and also the actions that we've taken to mitigate the COVID impact included in the packet. We value these long-standing historical funding agreements and partnerships, and we're requesting authorization to continue these valuable agreements. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Worthen. Directors, if anybody has any questions on this action, please raise your virtual hand now. Did I miss anybody? I don't see any hands up.
My hand's up.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Worthen, if you might, you mentioned that you all have a number of funding agreements, and I'm curious as to what other funding agreements that we've made this concession for.
When you say concession, can I ask for clarification what you mean?
Yeah, so in the language of what it was, in the language that was provided to us, it appears that we are going to continue to fund the HOP. Even although, at least it's my understanding, maybe I'll ask a few questions.
Okay.
It appears that we're going to continue to fund the HOP. And as I looked at this document, it shows that there's been a decrease in ridership. And so we've been having discussions about decreases in ridership. We've really matched our services. And we'll talk more about that in our June service changes. We really matched our services to ridership, but this seems to be a deviation from that. Am I misunderstanding?
Well, I would say that when we actually entered into the budget process and going into 2021, we took a very hard look at both our financial ridership and the needs associated with our ability to fund these services. After going through an extensive review process, we actually recommended that all of our cost share and funding agreements be reduced by 40%.
Yeah.
So we actually reduced the funding to all of these particular programs by the same amount.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so here I guess I'm not following the justification to continue to fund this if the ridership isn't there. Right? Oh, go ahead.
May I add a point of clarity to this conversation, please? So recognizing when I came on board that, the budget was in the works, and it was my understanding that conversations had ensued in reference to our level of ridership. Well, back in January, I disseminated a memorandum to all board members. It was January 8th, 2021, in reference to the funding agreements of which Mr. Worthen referenced. Some of those funding agreements fell within my auspices as a general manager, and in an effort to be highly communicative, I disseminated that to all of you all. While working with our partners at the City of Boulder, recognizing that there is a large activity center there, being the University of Colorado, we had engaged in dialogue back in February, March timeframe. And as we go forward, there was a stopgap measure that our partners at the City of Boulder had put forward relative of not recognizing where they would be in reference to people matriculating in person on campus. So with that as a backdrop, I had gone ahead with my authority, upon which I communicated in that memorandum, that we were going to do this as relates to the reduction. So it more or less is equitable across the region relative to the level of service in which we're providing. So what we're doing this evening, recognizing that there could be on-campus classes and so forth, and they are in the process of doing their budget, we're coming to you because this spans outside of the auspices of my budgetary authority to bring this forward.
Understood.
Okay.
So I guess the question remains for me, and that does make sense for the students at Boulder, but the question that comes up for me are the students that have reached out to me who currently, right, because we made changes based on schools closing and people going into to doing online learning, that the students who reached out to me recently who can't access North high school, or not North High School, Northfield High School, excuse me. It feels I guess I'm trying to understand if the students aren't there currently, why would we continue this funding agreement? Right? It says it says here in the language of, or at least what you all have presented to me, that it was a 78%. Hold on, let me find those numbers for you. Let's see here.
So Director Lewis,
It went from 78% in 2019, a reduction of 78%. But we're talking about a funding reduction of 60% and the daily boardings of 468 versus what it was, which was 2,140. And so I'm trying to better understand that, because in my mind, and you can correct me, General Manager, in my mind, if we are investing money in this way, then it's a disinvestment in another community.
So, Madam Chair, if I may answer, Fred Worthen, AGM of Bus Operations. So back in February, actually the CU Boulder campus resumed hybrid operations where some services are done in person, or some classes are in person, versus others where they're done remotely online itself. So we have seen some level of increase with the hybrid model. In March of this year, we actually saw an increase of 551 to up to average of 551 people. They intend to continue this through the spring into the summer, this hybrid model. But in the fall semester, they have actually posted online that fall academic is projected to be back to normal. Majority of courses will be in person. Residence halls will be at or near full capacity, but they do say that they'll continue to monitor public health guidance and adjust their plans as needed based upon health and safety. So there is an expectation by CU Boulder that they will return back to basically normal operations and near capacity by August, I believe August 13th is when they resume in-person operations. So we're basically recommending to support the hybrid operations with this funding, and then we'll continue to monitor how ridership progresses with the staff as we meet with them regularly. But our hope is that we will return to near normal ridership by August of this year. And this funding agreement is for the entire year, not just for this section of this portion of the year.
I understand that. I understand that, and it's, I think I'm having a hard time reconciling it. I guess it makes sense to me, right? Like the words that you are saying and the way in which you strung them together do make sense. But if the students, and I understand the hybrid model, right? Like that's the model for a lot of our schools. But what we've told many other communities is because they are not utilizing the services, like in this moment and in this time, that we've reduced it in some of those communities. And so I don't understand why this would be an exception to that reduction, because it doesn't, like the 60% doesn't make sense with the 78% and even the numbers that you told me, and going back to the hybrid model, like there would still be a reduction.
Yes, and there were reductions in services last year. They did move from a 10-minute frequency to a 15-minute frequency during peak hours. So there was a reduction in their operating frequencies themselves. They basically, at the same time we transitioned to Saturday level service, they also transitioned to a Saturday level service.
Yeah, no, I thank you. I appreciate that, and I respect it. I'll digress.
Okay, I see Director Geisinger has her hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention, I had a good conversation with Ms. Johnson about this afternoon. And as she was saying, this is one of a number of contracts with our partners. And the reason it comes to us is it goes over, and somebody, Ms. Johnson or Mr. Worthen, correct me if I'm wrong, but this goes over the GM CEO's authority for signing. But there are a number of these contracts. They deal with all manner of things, from paratransit into Elyria, Swansea, and Globeville, to paratransit up to Evergreen, and services in Adams County and Brighton and Boulder. And And really, I think in the list that we saw before, there were 11 of our 15 districts that were affected. But it's really important to keep in mind that these partnerships provide services that serve us, and we want to keep them going. I think, as Mr. Worthen said, these are very valuable partnerships. They offer services, some of the paratransit, some of those things that save us money. The HOP is a longstanding, I think, was it since the 70s, where the city of Boulder pays a big portion of the cost, the university pays a big portion of the cost. So it's a route that serves a lot of people, and RTD only has to pay a small portion. And I think that this is a model for where we want to be going in the future. So I certainly support this and support us looking at building it back up. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Geisinger. I see Director Dischel's hand up.
Thank you, Director Williams. And this just might be a math issue on my end. At the top, it says we're authorizing 978 grand, roughly, which I think is a combination of the 733 plus the 244. But we didn't have to authorize the 244. So aren't we really only authorizing 733?
For all intents and purposes, if I may, Mr. Worthen,
Yes.
as it relates to full transparency and according to our procurement practices, in reference to my responsibility of my ethical obligation, I put forth the entire contract because it would be disingenuous if you did it only for that limited amount, because then I could go back if I was that type of person and double back where it wouldn't meet that threshold.
Got it. Thank you.
Right.
That was my own math issue. Got it. Nothing further.
Thank you, Director Dischel. Do I see any other hands? I do not.
I see one more. I'm sorry, I don't know. My hand's
Okay,
here.
Director Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, for the sake of the record, that I appreciate having partnerships. And also I'm having a hard time swallowing this one, right? Because we do have other funding agreements, and I don't know if those other agreements that we have currently have had the opportunity to something similar. One, it also sounds like to me, and Mr. Worthen, please correct me if I'm understanding this incorrectly, is that we are offering bus frequency of services for the sake of partnership. And it is my belief that we should be offering services not for the sake of partnership, but for the sake of ridership, right? Demand. We talk about being demand responsive. And so I'm having a hard time understanding why this would be the exception. And I think about our other communities. I think about the Auraria campus, right? I think about the Community College of Aurora. I think about the Cherry Creek School District, Denver Public Schools, right? These are all students who are accessing our services and are also in a hybrid model, but this contract is up before us, and as it should be as a board. And I have some trepidation about approving this contract because it feels a bit inequitable. And we've had a lot of discussions about equity, and I don't know if I'm comfortable with moving a contract forward simply because we want to maintain our partnerships. I think our partners should be just that, right? A partnership, it should be mutual benefit, and it shouldn't be something that is taking away from one part of our system to pour into another one simply for the sake of partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lewis. We appreciate your opinion. I think that all of the directors have an opinion on this and every other item that we vote on. So if anybody else wants to express theirs, please raise your hand. If not, we're going to move this item down the line. Okay, seeing no hands, I'm going to take the vote now, noting that the motion was put forth by Director Rosenthal and seconded by Director Cook. Are there any no votes? If there are no votes, please raise your hand. Director Lewis, are you voting no?
My hand's up, sorry.
Don't say yes, no, no, yes, no, you're voting no. I got it. So with Director Broom having joined us, I will move this forward with 14 yes votes and 1 no vote. Okay, thank you all very much. Let's go on to the next item. Hang on, I have to swap screens so that I can read it. The next recommended action tonight is for the Board of Directors to approve the June 2021 service changes and to authorize the general manager or her designee to execute contract amendments as necessary for private operators whose services are impacted by these changes. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second, Bouquet.
Okay, that was Whitmore and Director Bouquet. And then I think we are going to have some speech on this, started off by Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Ford, COO. Just briefly, over the course of the last several months, we've been actively engaged in the stakeholder outreach, listening to folks, understanding and garnering their focus on what is important to them, going where the people are. That's obviously something that we take very seriously and have continued and will be continuing that process. In addition, we've also worked through the service planning process with our customers to solicit their input for the June service change. We've made about 1,000 contacts via social media, emails, and other communication protocols. Stakeholder engagement and our customer service process continues. As we move forward in this process, we'll be starting up in September or having those dialogues for September. So this is a fluid process that's ongoing. We're obviously still under COVID, and we're obviously adjusting and continuing to make those adjustments based on the need at this point. So that this service plan does reflect some changes that are needed in service where the data supports that or where it makes more sense because of improving on-time performance or other operational issues. Again, ridership maintains at the same level that it has, and we wanted to continue to monitor that. Another guiding principle or principles that we have utilized is the service performance evaluations based on RTD service standards, the effects on the overall integrity of the transit network and transit-dependent markets, the availability of alternative services to affect customers, cost-effective distributions throughout the district, and the family of services, and the ability to enhance service when possible. Obviously, Title VI and Civil Rights Acts also play into the deliberation. So I just cover these issues as part of deliberation that goes on, but again, a heavy emphasis on meeting with our stakeholders, meeting with our customers, and monitoring and trying to be positioned when changes are, but there are other extenuating issues like the CDC guidelines and social distancing that do affect what we can and can't do. So with that, I will turn it over to Jesse to provide any other details or information that he thinks might be helpful for this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Welcome, Mr. Carter. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, Mr. Ford did such a thorough and great job in going over, the process. I only have a few details to add, and that is, since the last time we came to the board to talk about the service change, there were a couple things that were added to the proposal list. Those include the Route 8, where we're proposing to add additional AM peak frequency, and also to the 16th Street Mall ride. We're proposing to increase the AM frequency on that service, as well as adding a later night trip. Also added to the list were Broomfield and Wagon Road Flex rides. Those are grant funded, and we're looking at adding weekend service to those services. So with that, that's kind of it in a nutshell. And with that, I'd like to either open to questions or return to Mr. Ford.
Directors, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. I'll wait. We'll leave Mr. Ford and Mr. Carter here to answer any of those. I'm not seeing any hands. You guys, good directors. Everybody did their homework, read all this.
There's two hands.
Well, okay, I see Bob Broom and Mr. Rosenthal, Director Rosenthal. I'm going to go to Director Broom first. Thank you, Director Lewis. Director Broom, you're muted.
Now I should be unmuted.
Now
I
you're.
just had a general question. Did we get as much input into this process as we normally did before, the pandemic hit?
This is Jesse Carter, Senior Manager of Service Development. Director Broom, that's a great question. I would say as far as the participation in the public meetings, we only had about 26 participants. However, as Michael Ford mentioned, we had over 700 phone calls and over 250 emails. That's actually more than we received in the last service change. So we're actually getting a lot of input.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Director Broom. Director Rosenthal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm seeing on the proposed changes, the only two reductions would be the Route 31 on Federal and the L line. And then everything else looks like an improvement or service efficiency or what have you. So how does Title VI intersect with these proposed changes?
Okay.
You mentioned it earlier. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Sorry, this is Jesse Carter again, Acting Senior Manager, Service Development. In looking at the change, I should characterize Route 31 as the elimination of one trip, and the L line is an elimination of one trip. So a service change at that level wouldn't actually trigger a Title VI review because it's a lot less than the threshold that's required for a change to service to be reviewed. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Rosenthal. Mr. Carter? Director Lewis, anybody else have their hand up?
Director Lewis does.
Okay, thank you for your help.
Sure. Thanks. I just have one quick question for you, Mr. Carter. Regarding the adding of service that may have been eliminated during the pandemic, what information were you all essentially using to determine if a route needed to be added back?
Okay, that's an excellent question, Director Lewis. And looking at it, we are also receiving constant information coming from, I'm drawing a blank on the name of our new program that we use. I believe it's Salesforce. But we actually looked at the total number of requests for services, and we looked at, some of the gaps in services that we currently had from a geographic standpoint. So when you see lines like the Route 169L being added back, that service was number one on the list of services to be added back. And if you might recall, the Route 169L provides access to Denver Airport, but it does it via a local routing. So it has a local fare, which is different from Skyride. So there has been a request since the beginning of the pandemic service plan for that route to come back. The same is true when you look at some of the other routes that we're bringing back. But when you look at the Route 483, which is in Parker and provides service from Parker to Lincoln Station, and the Route 99, which provides service from Southwest Plaza to the Fed Center, those were gaps in services. When we look at the map and the overall integrity of our system, those are gaps in services that we wanted to fill. So it's a mix between customer requests and system integrity. I hope that answers your question.
Phenomenally. Thank you so much. The last question before you mute your mic, the last question I had for you is, I noticed that the hop was included in our last action, but the bolt is included in this one. So I'm just curious, are those funded differently? Or what's the difference maybe?
Excellent question. I'm going to have to dial a friend on that one. So if I can get back to you on offline to give you an answer on whether or not they're funded differently. But I will say that the Bolt, we were having some problems with capacity issues at its current level. And we need to go to that higher frequency, back to the 15-minute frequency, to accommodate our social distancing standard.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
But I will get back to you on the funding issue.
I guess the question is, why is one included in the June service changes and one included as a separate action item?
May I take that question, please? So as it relates to the last action, that had to do with contracted service, what we're paying for service. This has to do with the level of service that we're providing relative to headway. So that's the different factor as it relates to that. Mr. Worthen is present, and as it relates to the bolt and the hop, to address your question, I believe Mr. Worthen can do that.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Fred Worthen, AGM Bus Operations. Happy to answer that question. So HOP service is not actually an RTD service. That is a City of Boulder service that is actually contributed to by us as a cost share agreement, whereas the jump is actually one that is directly operated by us.
I think the bolt is actually included.
Sorry, bolt. Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, that's it. Director Williams, you have Mr. Tisdale after me.
Thank you so much, Director Tisdale.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I do want to take a moment to make a special note about the restoration of service for Route 483. That is critical. It is a small step. It's only part of what we need to do to address the situation in the southern part of the district where we've had some severe cuts on important service. The 483 is a critical part of the connectivity of Parker to the rest of the RTD system. So I appreciate and applaud that. It's, as I said, only one part. It's a small step, but it's much like what people say to me when they ask, what do you call 500 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean? And the answer is a good beginning.
Good start. Thank you, Director Tisdale. We appreciate that. Director Bouquet, I do see your hand raised.
Yeah, that was just picking off. Thank you, Madam Chair. That was just piggybacking off of Director Tisdale of how significant that, I just want to make a statement, sorry, of how significant that 483 will be to my constituents. And I wanted to thank, Mr. Carter and the entire team for having that added, because that I've heard from so many constituents about how now people in Parker have access to the entire transit agency thanks to that route. So thank you. And thank you, Doug, for leading that discussion.
All right. We appreciate you, gentlemen, for standing up for your districts. I do not see any more hands raised now. Director Lewis, anybody else got their hand up that I missed? Okay. In which case, we're going to go to a vote on this action with Director Whitmore as the mover and Director Bouquet as the second. If there are any no votes, please let me know now. Okay, seeing no votes, this will pass unanimously with 15 votes in favor of. Thank you all very much. The next thing on our agenda is discussion items. We do have one discussion item tonight. I think that I will hand this directly to Mr. Meter, who I don't see, but I'm sure he's here someplace, and all the people on my screen.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, honorable board members. I want to take just 1 minute to just clarify some of the regulations and acronyms you see in the discussion item prior to us jumping into the presentation. The federal regulation, you'll see Part 674 mandates that the rail transit agencies develop a public transportation agency safety plan, or PTASP, in an SMS framework. An SMS is basically a formal organized set of processes and procedures that are driven by data that the agency implements to manage risk and to meet the operational needs of the agency in a safe and effective manner. The Part 674 regulation is the State Safety Oversight Program regulation, which is administered by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, or CPUC. And this particular regulation basically outlines the minimum standards of safety and expectations of our PTASP system. The CPUC is the organization that audits our PTASP and SMS. The regulations also require that the agency identify an accountable executive, and the accountable executive is responsible for ensuring the implementation of the SMS. At RTD, that accountable executive is our general manager and CEO, Deborah Johnson. The State Safety Oversight Program also requires that the RTD Board of Directors be the approval authority and that you review and approve the PTASP annually. It requires that regular briefings are given to the board to ensure that the board's fully aware of the agency's safety performance and the SMS activities on an ongoing basis prior to your approval of the PTASP each year. As the accountable executive, General Manager Johnson has directed us to provide these briefings on a quarterly basis and ensure that the briefings include those performance targets, as well as our safety performance and the SMS development activities. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Dan McLean, our Senior Manager of Safety and Environmental over the light rail system, and also the leader of our RTD SMS development, to provide that briefing tonight. And this briefing will include safety performance for the year 2020, as well as the first quarter of 2021. So Dan, I'll turn it over to you. And I believe Dan's going to share his screen. So if you can provide that opportunity, Ty Shrey, that'd be great.
Thanks, Mike. I'm Dan McLean, Senior Manager for Safety and Environmental for RTD, and have been here about 2.5 years. Let me share my screen here. And as Mike did such great introduction, this is what we're here today is to update you on our performance for 2020 and year-to-date 2021. Last time I was here with you with the board was last December, and at that time we only had safety data for 2020 up through October. A little bit of definition so everybody kind of understands what we're going into. As we talk about report of injuries, that's basically the first report of injury that's required anytime an employee sustains a work-related injury or illness. They're classified as 3 ways: indemnity, medical only, report only, and further classified into the type of injuries that happen to our employees. I'd like to share with you, we talked a little bit back in December about the performance and how we were less than 2019. And we were, because 2019 was the worst year we had for a number of injuries in RTD. But statistically, if you can see there, back to 2013, we're pretty flat in our performance in managing on-the-job injuries. Another chart here, this chart is to compare incident rates, and incident rates is how many injuries you have per 100 employees. So for every 100 employees, our total case rate is we have 18, almost 19 injuries per 100 employees reported for year-to-date 2021. For 2020, it was 14.37. So we're trending up again this year in rates. This also this compares us year after year to how we perform, but it also in the green bars here, it compares us to the Occupational Safety and Health Administration's Bureau of Labor Statistics urban transportation average, and then the national average of all industries. So if we compare those rates, the OSHA rates, RTD's OSHA rate for 2021 is 11.05, and that includes medical and lost time injuries. That's what an OSHA rate is. And you can see the performance that we had in 2020, 9.18, and in 2019 we're at 12. The reason this is important is to understand where we are in relation to where the national average is, and the opportunity for improvement that we have within RTD to reduce these injuries further. This chart shows us month after month, 2019 through 2021 through March. And again, you can see that we're pretty static. We're not making a lot of headway either way. Again, you can see the 2 big months that in 2019 that were high were October and January, that made that the worst year. type of injuries we have in 2020, and 2020 is pretty true to the past years that we've had. About 40% of the injuries we have are lost time. That means that we're paying lost wages for the employees, and it means the employee got injured bad enough to where they couldn't come to work. That's typically where the most of our cost comes in our self-insured workman's comp. We on the job injuries, we typically have costs of $2 to $3 million per year, just on our on the job injuries that we have within RTD. It's a source that we can make improvement on, both in reducing the number of lost time injuries and reducing the number of total injuries. And we did so in 2020 compared to 2019, and I've got a slide to cover our performance there. What types of injuries? Again, these are the injury causes that we had for 2020, and the labels show the number we had and the percent, the number of injuries we had in each category and the percent for each injury. And in 2020, strain and injured by was our largest category, followed by slip and fall and struck or injured by. 2021, we have kind of an increase in percentage of slips and falls and strains or injured. And we do have, as we'll go through here, efforts ongoing to address these. This was comparing how we did for our PTASP goals in 2020 in our performance, our safety performance for 2020. And our goals called for a 15% reduction of total injuries, and we actually reduced total injuries by 29%. So from 473 to 367 on total injuries. We had a lot of impact with COVID in the first part of 2020, from March through about November. All of the safety resources were dedicated to addressing the COVID issues that were confronting us, getting the disinfectant, getting the PPE, getting the respiratory protection program in place. So a lot of the roadmap items we had in place to improve the safety management systems were delayed. And as we go through what our 2021 roadmap is, you'll see that we are on the path and implementing this on-the-job injury investigations and some of the others. Last year, we reduced the lost time injury rates by 35% on a target of 25%. And it's important that we maintain a reporting culture at RTD. We don't want people not to report when they get injured. So this is a metric we're following and is in part of our PTASP. And we did maintain the record-only reports to 36%. Again, below, we did have some progress on slip and falls. That's because we were able to get out with slip and fall awareness training early in January and February. So we were able to reduce the slip and falls to meet our target. But the strains and injured, due to the restrictions of social and physical distancing, we weren't able to put the programs into place there, looking at everything by how we handle our luggage on our over-the-road coaches to looking at the normal tasks we do in every part of our business, whether it's FM or our maintenance. How much are we lifting? How are we lifting? Do we need to change the way we work? We really haven't been taking a critical look at that yet, but that's part of our plan. Quick update on the bus and rail performance. This is a bright spot, I think, for 2020. The bus accidents are an indicator of how we're performing safely. Are we looking and avoiding accidents and reducing that? This is year after year. You can see it's from 2017 to year to date 2021. Some of these numbers don't add up because we're still working on determining preventability. Preventability means, as the definition says there, an accident in which the operator driver failed to do everything reasonable to prevent it. So if they failed to do that, and that's in spite of the conditions of actions of others and adverse conditions. So if they failed to prevent something that was preventable, it's a preventable accident, and it's determined by our experienced drivers and our management in the bus group. But we did make significant progress in 2020 in that the number of total accidents were reduced almost by half. The total of non-preventable was reduced over half, and the total of preventable was reduced by over half. So a shout out to them. The bus, Fred's team, and did enhanced operator training focusing on the Smith system, which their 5 keys are on the right there. And it really helps people manage their space. And we took some of that extra time when we had reduced service to give some training on that. And we also had campaigns focused on side swipes, mirror strikes, and accident prone routes. For light rail, again, clarity for definitions. The PUC, the Public Utilities Commission, and the Federal Transit Agency has a threshold where if an accident happens that's serious enough that requires 2-hour reporting, it's described here. Loss of life, serious injury, collision, runaway train, and evacuation or derailment. And for those numbers, we track those in our metrics for light rail. And for the 2016 and through March of this year, the statistics are here. You notice that in 2020, we were down 20 reportable accidents. We did have reduced service of about 28%, which could have affected that. But we did have a great number of reduced reportables in 2020. Also in light rail, we're required by the 673 rule, the Safety Management Systems rule, to conduct internal safety reviews, and then the state safety oversight conducts their separate PUC safety oversight audits. We just wrapped up our internal safety review that we conducted January through March. We ended up with 3 findings. The state safety oversight, we received that in January of this year for their fall audit. And on the fall audit, we had 10 findings. Many of you have been involved in the investigations or the checklist meetings that they go over the questions that they're asking us to do as part of the safety management system oversight. And that will continue in each audit cycle. In fact, we've got another one coming up. One thing to note is that due to COVID, we had all of the 2020 internal safety reviews and audits were compressed into the last 5 months of the year. It was quite a lift for all of our folks in light rail and facilities and safety just to get those done. And because this is the first time that the Public Utilities Commission is auditing us under 673, there were lots of findings. We had 33 corrective actions that come out of those audits. And I'm going to go over a way that we're approaching those 33 corrective action plans to make sure that we continually improve our safety system here at RTD. Switch gears and we'll go to commuter rail. Commuter rail has its own lists of definitions. They're quite long. And basically it's what is a reportable FRA, Federal Railroad Administration accident or incident. So the key term here is reportable. And then the next slide is recordable. And again, I'll go back here. Reportable is more severe and recordable is more less severe. It's more injuries and collisions and not as severe. And then the 2-hour reportable for commuter rail is slightly different than what it is for light rail. Statistics for commuter rail for 2020, a total of 9 reportable and 7 recordable injuries in events in 2020. And year to date for 2021, we've had 2 recordable and 3 reportable events in commuter rail in 2021. Just to note, in 2020, we had 2 trespasser fatalities in commuter rail, and in 2021, we've had 1 so far this year. Just an update of kind of what we're working on when it comes to the safety management system. One of the big things, a takeaway, I guess, for the slide that I showed you with the number of an average of 400 injuries per year. None of those have been investigated as required by the new 673 rule. None of them have been investigated to find causal factors and to put preventative actions in place yet. We're currently implementing our event notification and reporting process, along with a software implementation that will aid in collecting of the data, driving us to get all the data that we need to determine causal factors, and then to also follow up and ensure that preventative and corrective actions have been put in place. So action tracking. This will be a huge step for RTD. And it's going to be a big lift because we haven't asked our employees or safety group to do those investigations in the past. And this is a key, a keystone, a bedrock of a good safety management system. We talked about the 33 caps that were resulted from the audits and the ISRs. And it was a lot of work just to determine what we thought we needed to do to put the cap together, to get the cap approved, and then to get the cap to the PUC. But to do what we said we needed to do in the cap was a magnitude greater. It's much greater. It's much larger than what we need to do. And many of the findings that we found could be bucketed or could be categorized in the same way. So we wanted to take this chance to, given the limited resources we have to get this done, to do it right the first time and make the policies and procedures that come out of this something simple, not just keep adding bureaucracy to our system. And also so we cover our whole agency with the safety management system. Although the PUC audits and is responsible for the state safety oversight of our light rail, the 673 regulation, the safety management system regulation, covers all parts of our agency except commuter rail. So we put together a team and a process. The process is led by the senior leadership. The steering and oversight committee is the COO, AGM of Rail, AGM of Capital Programs, and the Chief Safety and Security Officer. We've prioritized the caps and categorized them, bucketed them. We have a core process team with continuous improvement, with capital programs, with light rail, and with safety. And we're going to attack these one at a time, make these lean and executable, operationally validated. We have the right people on the teams, and it's clearly defined what their time commitment is to do this. And we train and execute. The end goal is that when we get these done, we get them done right. And when they come back and audit us in 3 years on this, we're not going to have the big findings that we have now. The current timeline is set up here, and in your packet, you can see how we bucketed these. There were 2 caps for emergency management, 7 for investigation, 8 for risk management. And we have some outside help to help us do this. We had the safety management systems consultants, which some of you were on the board when we had them come and present, and we did the gap analysis back in 2019. We're going to engage them again around risk management, and we have another consultant in emergency management. to get these done. It is a big undertaking. As you see, the timeline goes clear out to the end of looks like June of 2022 before we complete these, and they're flexible. This is also part and parcel of what's required by us as RTD to report to the PUC on our progress closing these caps. And we have to report and provide an update quarterly on what we're doing, what the actions we have, and the progress we're making. And we did present this to the PUC this morning in our monthly meeting, and they agreed with it. Part and parcel, one of the big components of the safety management system is safety risk management. So even it's part of one of the CAP resolution process, but it's a bigger part, foundational part of the safety management system. So I wanted to call this out of what we're going to do. We're going to engage the consultants. We're going to develop a risk management framework with a cross-functional team, train all management in basic risk management, risk assessment principles and methodologies, focused on the ISO 31000 standard, identify the risk owners, build out the risk registry, and then annually we'll present the risk registry to the board. And again, as Mike said earlier, the board and the accountable executive are responsible for ensuring the safety performance of the agency and for ensuring the maturity of the safety management system within the agency. And so knowing the risks is a key step in understanding resources and both capital and human resources needed to do this. Quick look at some computer rail projects. These are all based to improve safety. 124th roadway and ped crossing updates. If anybody's been up there, they know the bells keep ringing when the train's in the station. It's an improvement for that. Speed smoothing is to minimize the amount of speed changes along the alignment. Eliminate the express move through the stations. All these are based on safety and all are focused for 2021. And just our final part here is what the roadmap is and what we plan to do in 2021. The goals are much the same as we had from last year, because we do have still a lot of room for improvement. The amount that we can reduce when we're that far from average is greater than as we get closer to the 6 and the 3 injuries per 100 people. So these are big numbers, but we think we can do them. And part of that is by following what we have here on the roadmap. Again, define roles and responsibility. What does everybody at RTD need to do to support the safety management system? What are my roles? They are defined in the safety management systems in our PTAS, but I'm not sure everyone knows them, and they really, we're living by them. So we need to continue to work on that. The risk registry, the enhanced investigation, develop processes and systems for high risk activities, such as working at heights, electrical lockout, tagout, electrical safety, and continue with our internal safety reviews and look at the jobs we do and that we're lifting over 50 pounds or that we have higher injury rates on, and see what we can't do to modify the job to reduce the risk for exposure for injuries. So at last, I'll be back in front of this group sometime to present the 2022 PTAS for approval. The process begins in late June. We intend to take some of the content out of the PTAS and just reference, such as our event notification and investigation process, to try to slim that up and make that easier to digest and easier to implement. It's this management cycle review that we do here, that we look at it each year, is designed for continual improvement. And once we get that together, it will be presented in fall to this board for approval. There's a lot to do, and this was a lot, and I went through it fast, and I'm open to take any questions, or Mike and I throw it back to Mike.
Mr. Meter?
Happy to, as Dan said, happy to take any questions or hear any comments from any board members at this time.
Okay, I'll try and see. I see the Director Davidson has his hand up. I've learned you go to the upper left-hand corner when you raise your hand. So I got it now, Director Lewis. Thank you. Director Davidson, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Meter. And Mr. McLean, thank you for a detailed presentation and obviously incredibly important topic. So thank you for working on it and all of these corrective action plans. I just have a two-part question here. So first of all, you mentioned the limited resources of the team, and then also some concern that some of the timelines could be flexible getting through all those corrective actions throughout 2022. How at risk is the timeline here and getting through all of our corrective actions before the end of 22 in terms of resources, in terms of timing, et cetera?
So that's a great question. Right now, we've got a good plan put together. The requirements in the PTASP or in the State Safety Oversight Program are that we put together a plan and continuously brief the Colorado Public Utilities Commission on the progress. So they are in the loop continuously approving the steps that we're taking to, as long as we're showing continuous improvement. We have a pretty good plan here mapped out in order to achieve these things. As Dan said, although there's 33 corrective action, they're kind of grouped into those 7 or 8 buckets. And so we're going to be able to kind of knock out a number of those things with completion of each of these projects. So right now, we're pretty confident in the timeline. We certainly do have some room for movement there. The PUC is on board. They were very impressed with our plan. So I think we'll achieve those without too much issue if we follow that plan.
Great, that's great to hear. Thank you
Dan,
very
did you
much.
want to add
Yeah,
something?
please.
Yeah, I just, if I may, this is our first project, and RTDs are very good at creating stuff, but not very good at implementing things. So we're trying to implement this all the way down, make it lean, and then get it out there where we're acting on what we do. And so the reason we involve continuous improvement, Rebecca Tate and Taylor Martineau, is so that we could get the processes nailed down and improve each time we did them one at a time. So the hope is, Director Davidson, is that each time we do this, we've learned from the last one we've done, and we continue to improve it. So we get faster as we go. Some of these are huge in scope, like the inspection part of it, partly because we've got a lot of documentation that's got to go with that. But I agree with Mike. I think we've got it. The other is resources. We are tight throughout the agency because we just scaled back. So we're asking clearly defined, hey, I need this resource for 8 hours a week, or I need this resource for 8 hours or 4 hours a week for 3 months from the different teams. So we do operationally validate these so that bus is represented, commuter rails represented, facilities and capital programs are represented. So we do have something that everybody can use.
So if I may, Director Davidson, I just want to add on to this, because recognizing that there is areas of opportunity and recognizing that safety is top of mind for everyone as we look at what needs to be done. Mr. Meter and Mr. McLean both know we've had conversations relative to establishing processes that are more comprehensive as we go forward, recognizing that the PTASP that's put forward is the iterative plan as we go forward, recognizing that we're working with the State Oversight Committee. I want everybody to know that we are pledged in optimizing this, whereby RTD may have been first in getting this forward. There is ample opportunity, and we are working collectively because the safety team alone cannot do this as we look at our various operating arms and the multiple modalities in which we operate. So this will be all encompassing and collective as we go forward. And getting back to questions that were posed earlier as it relates to financial aspects and, preventative maintenance and things along those lines, there is clear-cut intersectionality with all of this. So I would have been remiss not to state that in this public forum. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I may follow up.
Absolutely, Eric.
Thank you for all of those comments. It's very helpful. I was concerned in looking at the incident rate in particular, for example, and the 15% increase is it's a good increase, it's 15% increase, but we're 40% on the wrong side of the average from an OSHA standpoint for urban, and 200% on the wrong side on the overall national. So one of my questions, and perhaps it's related to some of those financial aspects that Ms. Johnson, you just referred to with, other aspects of the organization, state of good repair and so forth. Is there anything that we can do to accelerate, our path to recovering that 40%? Are there resources we can put at this? Are there things that we can do, financial considerations, whatever they may be, that we might be able to consider as a board to put more resources at this?
So Director Davidson, I will be very transparent in my comments, and I have shared this with my team. Recognizing coming in here, it's hard to manage what you can't measure. And as I look at performance metrics, it's incumbent upon us to look at things from a holistic viewpoint. So if we're looking at a metric and we have a moving target each and every time, we have to determine what it is we're trying to achieve. So as I shared with the team, let's use this for an example. Say, for instance, we have 400 trips on rail a day, right? And we know what the industry standard is. And recognizing that there's a high propensity that we may have, a preventable accident, right? And say, for instance, we go from there recognizing that could happen, 15 times out of 400 trips. Well, as we look at that target, we need to have a stretch goal as we go forward. And we can't just say, looking at these numbers, that one year I want it to be 25% reduction, but I didn't meet that. And so then I change the target again. It's always going to be moving. So we have to be methodical in reference to what it is that we're going forward as we do strategic goal setting and planning. So then everybody has an understanding of what the playbook is. So in the course of the game, you're not changing the rules of engagement. And so that's what I am working with the team on currently.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I believe Director Rosenthal was next, and then the Chair Malpietti was third. So, Director Rosenthal.
If it's okay, I'll allow Madam Chair Rivera Malpietti first.
Such a gentleman.
Oh my, thank you, Director Rosenthal. Mr. Meter, I continue to be very concerned about the fatalities around our rail lines. And I am always thinking about different ways that we can work on that. A lot of them, as I'm recalling, happen right around Quebec on the Central Park kind of area of it. And I'm wondering what kind of education or partnerships we can do to do some education about, you're not going to win if you go across the rail lines. And I've watched the videos with people with their headphones on, or they're riding their bikes and think they're going to make it, or they're just not paying attention. And it really is concerning to me about how do we as a transit agency continue to send out that dialogue to the community, keep yourself safe, because it is, I worry about our drivers, our operators who are driving those trains, and our the people who are in the trains at the time, as well as the families that are being impacted by the loss of life. And so, do you guys have any strategies, or are you partnering with anybody to talk about, are there better methods of communicating with community to get them educated to kind of keep themselves safe?
Yeah, this is Mike Meter, Chief Safety and Security Officer. That's a great question. We do have regular activities that go on, particularly around school time. Certainly, we'll be pushing it as life comes back to work a little bit more, and there's more activity. We do on a regular basis try to communicate with the communities, and when we see an area that does have maybe a higher propensity, keep in mind, that these are trespassing events that occurred on the right of way. And so we are trying to do that. I know RTD is also actively involved with Operation Lifesaver. So that is an organization that just talks about railroad tracks in general, both from a freight perspective as well as commuter rail, providing activities around Rail Safety Week and some of those things to bring a little bit more a notice to the problems that exist there. It is one of those things, you're right, that, when you're around the tracks, that you're really paying attention. Trains ride on the tracks. They're not going to jump off the tracks. So really, when you're around the tracks, making sure that you're aware and just continuing to push that communication out there. I don't know if General Manager Johnson or Dan, you'd like to add anything to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Meter. I think that's spot on in reference to Operation Lifesaver. That's an entity, as he described, that's been utilized. I'm very familiar with that, having used that at former agencies as well. And it's really imperative as we, point out the safety protocols and ensure that people are taking responsibility, recognizing that when we use the term trespasser, they are trespassing on private property as a right-of-way, because there's no such thing as a pedestrian on railroad tracks, right? So with that as a backdrop, as we go forward, it's important to be cognizant of what it is and how we need to educate, because we can't stop, a rail consist on a dime. So as we go out, Ms. Tanilis's team, in reference to the communications engagement, they're involved in a myriad of activities as well as we promote safety. So thank you very much for that, Mr. Meter.
And Dave Jensen, I saw your hand up. Did you want to add something?
Just real quickly, if I could, this is Dave Jensen, AGM of Rail Operations. One of the things as well that we're very much aware of is suicide is a factor in what we're talking about. And so suicide prevention and all the efforts that we're making with the communities, the police, what we're doing with the security to try and get that word out is helpful as well. So I just wanted to let you know that we're aware of that and we're working in that direction also.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I didn't mean to jump the gun and call on Dave. I apologize for that.
No, you're fine. We're not standing on that kind of formality.
Okay.
Chair Rivera-Malpieri, are you finished?
I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You are welcome. And Gentleman Rosenthal, would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand that everybody's trying to gather data at this present time, and I'm curious about if it's been broken down by position. So, for example, do we find bus drivers have certain types of injuries? The train operators have certain types, mechanics have certain types, and then perhaps sort of proportionally who has more injuries. Do you have that broken down as well, those statistics?
This is Mike Meter, Chief Safety and Security Officer. Dan McLean does do that. We do have it broken down to some level of granularity. We have it broken down by department, so effectively the job position. So we do understand some of what those commonalities are. The key here is that we really throw ourselves into the investigation of these injuries to determine causation so that we can put the steps in place to mitigate or eliminate these injuries. But there is a granularity down to the department level, so we know those job positions, and we are continuing to mine that data so that we can have better information and attack it that way.
All right, thank you. And then, so if you look at these types of injuries, some of them are obviously more, damaging than others. Is there a sense of like how, on average, that the employee is out on leave in order to recuperate from their injury?
I think I understand your question. As Dan explained, we have those lost time injuries, those record only injuries, those kinds of things. Obviously, the lost time ones are the ones where the employee is out. Part of the notification, the investigation piece, and it includes that follow-up with the employees to ensure that we're reaching out to make sure the employees are doing okay, finding out what they need, what do they need to heal, what do we need to do to help them to come back to work, so that we can, eliminate some of those long-term effects on people's lives. So we do have an indication based upon some of those injuries, how long they're out. And again, this is data that we're going to continue, as General Manager Johnson mentioned, to continue to understand from a historical perspective so that we can set those expectations and the processes in place to minimize and mitigate those. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I was looking for a number, but I do understand that you might not have been prepared, and I apologize for not asking this question of you before this meeting. It was just sort of the genesis was other, the presentation and other questioners. So perhaps in a future presentation you can respond with that sort of data. And then finally, what is your sense of, is this going to, so if you look at the number of injuries and then you look at potentially, so for example, employees who are on vacation, and then you sort of add those numbers of people who are, sort of taken out of the pool of drivers and operators and mechanics and, anyone else at RTD. So is this affecting our mission and our goal to restore service, expand service, and change service?
So if I may take that question, Director Rosenthal, that's a very good question, and it's paramount because basically it enables us to have adequate number of employees to deliver the service. So all of that factors in, because basically when you look at what you have available for service deployment relative to our folks in our operating divisions, we look to see who's readily available. So when you say if you have somebody available to work, all of this is encapsulated, and it involves people that are on approved leaves. It could be vacation, it could be jury duty, it could be other protected leave. So yes, that boils down to the number of people that we have readily available. And then we would have to go to the extra board if we're talking about delivering service, i.e. with a frontline operator. So getting to the point that I raised earlier with the onset of my comments, it's us looking collectively about what we can do to mitigate that going forward, because when we do have on-the-job injuries, it's paramount to us to ensure that we're providing a wellness program whereby we can support our employees, but also from a training perspective, if you have a lot of strains or if you're basically securing a mobility device, ensuring that people are bending with their knees and all those different aspects that could mitigate the propensity for us to have, workers' compensation claims as we go forward. So all of this is encompassing in what I was referencing early on. Thanks.
Okay, great discussion. Do I see any other hands raised? Am I missing anybody? Director Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question. Did we see any improvements once we stopped the 6-day mandates in terms of injuries?
That's a good question, Director Lewis. This is Mike Meter, Chief Safety and Security Officer. I would have to go back and look. Dan, I don't know if you have any information right off the bat, but that's an excellent question, and it's something that we will certainly take a look at. Dan, do you have anything to add?
Well, if I can just really quickly, I would say, Director Lewis, that's a hard conversation in which to have, because from my vantage point, when we implemented the COVID-19 service reductions, we were mandating people prior to. So basically, any type of conclusion that was drawn would be basically pretty much, speculative, in the sense that we never honed in to discern what would be the causal factors going forward. Because those were a lot of questions I asked when I was meeting with the team as well. What is the genesis for this reduction? But it's hard to discern because we have all those different factors. So as we go forward, once again, I'm one that likes to see where we are. We need to create a baseline and then basically put in, remediation as relates to see what's happening. So then we can go back and reflect whether or not what we did basically caused an improvement relative to whatever our performance metric is.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you both. I'd really like to thank Mr. McLean for a great presentation, good information, well presented. Thank you so much, Mr. Meter, you also. I don't see any other hands. So unless somebody wants to jump in, I think we're going to end that discussion. Are there any other matters that anybody wants to bring before this committee at this time? Oh, Director Bouquet, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to bring this up real quick. Thank you, Madam Chair. And this kind of more of a discussion that was just kind of hinted at, and I am totally okay. I just want to kind of throw it out into the zeitgeist, but I was just kind of curious. I have been getting questions regarding in the topic of other matters, specifically of are we as an agency, sorry if I'm breaking up a little bit, but are we as an agency exploring free vaccination rides through our Flex Ride?
Ms. Johnson, I would think that would fall to you.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Director Bouquet. And it's interesting you posed that question. I was intending to provide an update on our vaccination efforts as relates to us being a valued member of the community next week during the course of my report. So as we looked at a myriad of things going forward, while it seems straightforward that we could offer services relative to the vaccinations, there's been a lot of willingness on our part and willingness on public health departments and other entities. It's aligning those together. One thing's for certain is that we had embarked upon coordinating with the Federal Transit Administration so we could utilize our accessorized service to provide that. In a lot of these instances, people don't have established timeframes in reference where we can identify the certain demographic that would be that would need said service. So as we've explored these things, they've been at the ready, but outside of us transporting people where we've had a designated site that's been happening, the one-offs haven't been as straightforward because there's a lot of different moving pieces. And I know I sound as if I'm being cryptic because I'm not trying to place blame on anybody. It's just as we are trying to align this collectively with the wait time, with people being in a higher category in reference to vulnerabilities, they have to be observed. And so there's all these other nuances associated with us as a transit provider leveraging that. So does that make sense? Did I answer your question?
Yes, that's perfect. And I
Okay.
appreciate that it can be addressed too. Yeah, that I just understand all those factors. It's perfect. I look forward to more of the discussion, more of the presentation.
It's a work in progress. Okay. I think we're winding up the end of this committee unless I see anybody else who has another matter to bring forward. If not, I'm going to head for adjournment. Our next meeting of this committee will be May 4th. Again, I'm going to suggest that we have a break. I think 5 minutes. It's 8:53 as we adjourn here. How about 7 minutes? Do we want to come back, Director Lewis, at 9 o'clock? That work for your committee? Okay, everybody, I'll see you in 7 minutes. Thank you so much.
looks like it's 9 o'clock. We agreed to return at 9 o'clock, so I will honor that for each of you. I will now call the Civil Rights Committee to order as of 9 o'clock exactly. I would ask that everyone mute your phones. You've heard this. I won't bore you with the details. Remember, we are over Zoom until further notice. You all know that. The meetings are being recorded, and so you can visit the rtd-denver.com website, click on the Board of Directors page, and you should be able to find the recordings, and those seem to be posted as quickly as possible. For the sake of the record, if you all are going to speak, please say your first name and raise your virtual hand. I will be sure to address you as I see your virtual hand. For the public, this is not a meeting that has public comment, and so I would ask you to tune in to our last meeting, which does have public comment. In terms of safety, because safety is a core value, wear a mask, get a vaccine if you feel so compelled to do so, social distance, and generally just stay safe, people. In terms of recommended action, so we actually only have one recommended action on this agenda this evening. It's the COVID-19 Title VI Service Equity Analysis. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Music.
Whoa.
Second, Williams.
I have Busick first and Director Williams as a second. Great. All right, I would ask at this time that staff present any pertinent information on this action. And if you all would like to be recognized, if you have a question, please raise your virtual hand and state your name for the sake of the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. This is Zami Silva, Senior Manager of the Civil Rights Division. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to all of you First Sergeant Carl Green Jr. He's RTD's new Transit Equity Manager. He comes to us from TriMet in Portland, Oregon, where he held the position of Title VI in Equity Programs Senior Administrator. First Sergeant Green has served in the military for 17 years, and he is currently active as a First Sergeant in the Oregon Air National Guard. His main responsibilities at RTD will be to ensure RTD's compliance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Executive Order 12898, which is environmental justice, as well as Executive Order 13166, which is the Language English Proficiency LEP. Thank you so much for the opportunity to introduce our new Transit Equity Manager. If I may, I would like to turn this over to First Sergeant Green, who will present to all of you on the RTD service change requirements pertaining to the COVID-19 service equity analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva, and welcome, Sergeant Green.
Thank you, Zami, for the wonderful introduction. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'll go ahead and pull up the presentation to share with the board. Can everyone see this okay?
Yes, we can.
Good.
Thank you. So again, my name is Carl Green Jr., Transit Equity Manager of the Civil Rights Division. Tonight, I will be presenting on the COVID-19 service equity analysis that has been completed in collaboration with Kinetics Transportation Group, who is the consultant that completed the analysis. This analysis was completed to satisfy the Federal Transit Administration, or the FTA's, requirements for emergency service changes made during the pandemic. This analysis must be brought before the board for awareness, consideration, and approval. Before I go over the Title VI equity analysis process, the methodology, and findings, Jesse Carter, Acting Senior Manager of Service Development, will go over the COVID-19 service changes and considerations dating back to March of 2020.
You have the floor, Mr. Carter.
Okay, thank you, Carl. I appreciate the introduction, and I'd like to share with the board a review of the development of the COVID service plan and some of the challenges the team has experienced over the past year. Some of you may remember March 24th, 2020, staff recommended the board of directors approve an adjustment to the RTD services responding to decreased ridership as a result of COVID-19. Sharp declines in ridership occurred in the second week of March 2020, with March 12th being the last day of normal levels of ridership. System ridership fell by an estimated 70%, falling from 347,000 weekday boardings down to just over 100,000. Pivoting to the change in ridership, the COVID service plan replaced regular weekday service with Saturday levels of service for bus and Sunday levels of service for rail. Service levels on high ridership bus routes were augmented based on an anticipated and measured ridership levels. This service plan was adopted by the board of directors alongside the May 2020 service change, which contained a significant reduction of service due to a labor shortage. Subsequent adjustments to the COVID-19 service plan would be made in September of 2020, coinciding with the implementation of the inline, and in January of 2021. Next slide, please. Developing the subsequent service change proposal, service development took into account overall ridership, monitoring trends in system ridership, and at the same time, taking a closer look at ridership on individual bus routes and rail lines. The work group also made efforts to adjust schedules to maintain on-time performance and to stay in contract compliance with our collective bargaining agreement with ATU. Additionally, proposals were made to adjust operating plans on select services to better bus and rail connectivity. And in each of these service change periods, impacts of Title VI and transit equity were considered while forming the proposals. Key challenges faced in developing adjustments to the COVID service plan during this period remain: maintaining fleet and operator resource availability to support social distancing on RTD transit service, and the selection of route service to have unscheduled hours converted to scheduled hours, which diminishes the district's capacity to respond to sporadic or sudden changes in ridership patterns. And last but not least, an understandable urge to return to normal levels of service coming from the district as a whole. Normal service levels would include increases in span and frequency of service and the implementation of some of the commuter services that are currently suspended. With that, I turn it back to you, Carl.
Thank you, Jesse. The authority that sets the legal precedent is Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which states no person in the United States shall on the grounds of race, color, or national origin be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subject to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. The FTA circular or policy provides the directives to ensure that transit agencies are upholding the assurances under Title VI. And the RTD Board adopted Title VI program establishes the policies, standards, and framework for carrying out this programmatic work at the staff level. A key evaluation tool that is of significance today are the equity analyses. This slide presented before you all provides a conceptual overview of the equity analysis decision-making process for fare and major service changes. The analysis includes the determination of whether a service change meets the major service change threshold. And as you look at this pictogram decision tree, if the answer to that question is yes, the next step is to measure the potential impacts on Title VI protected populations using established policies. And just to be more clear, these policies are the disparate impact policy for minority populations and the disproportionate burden policy for low-income populations at or below 150% of the federal poverty level. And then lastly, if you look at the last item on the right for evaluating alternatives, it's the overall assessment. There's an overall assessment if there's an adverse impact. And if there is an adverse impact, the agency will move forward to either avoiding, minimizing, or mitigating that said impact to determine the next step needed. As defined on page 6 of the equity analysis report, a major service change is 25% addition or reduction in the annual service hours of any route or line that would remain in effect for 12 months or more. The results of the major service change indicates that there were 40 major service reductions and 63 eliminations. This brings the total to 103 existing bus routes out of the 167 services. The N line and the restructuring of 9 routes account for the additions that met the major service change threshold. Again, this is noted on page 43 of the equity analysis report. As a reminder, all major service changes dating back to April 2020 to the current run board were included in the equity analysis to assess the overall impacts. The slide here provides the Title VI policies and methodology. The disparate impact and disproportionate policies, which will be referred to as Title VI policies from here on out, provides the methodology and the thresholds for the evaluation of possible impacts. Specifically, the policy states that a major service change should not adversely affect a minority population 10% more than non-minority population. It's clear to be distinct that it's percent, not percentage points. So that's how we analyze the impact. And then this level of impact is considered a potential impact. And that same threshold of 10% is also applied to low-income populations compared to higher income population. Each Title VI policy is applied at the route level. If you look to the right, it provides a visual depiction in how a quarter-mile buffer around a route enables the ability to assess the service area population using US Census data at the block group level. Given the sheer number of changes, there were several additional analyses completed to get a better understanding of the system and quarter level impacts associated with the service reductions. This will be covered more detailed in the next slide. Before discussing the results, I wanted to again provide a refresher of the Title VI policies which establishes the thresholds in order to perform the comparisons required. Specifically, Title VI protected populations shall not receive no more than 10% more of the service reductions compared to non-Title VI protected populations. The system level analysis was used to understand the large number of service changes across the network to assess the impacts at an aggregated level. Details of the system level analysis can be referenced on pages 19 through 27 in the equity analysis report. At a high level, the results indicate that there are no adverse impacts when comparing the service reductions of equity populations with those of non-equity populations. Specifically, equity routes receive far fewer reductions in service than non-equity routes. And to drill down a little bit further, low-income populations had a 13% lower reduction compared to higher income routes, and minority routes had a 12% less reduction than non-minority routes. So again, by using that 10% threshold, this indicates that there are no adverse impacts at the system level analysis. And as moving into the next part of the multi-level approach for this analysis is the route level analysis. The bar chart presented here illustrates the results. And again, the details here can be referenced in the summary of findings on pages 28 through 31 on the equity analysis report. The first bar of this bar graph indicates the results of the routes that receive major service reductions. The second bar illustrates the elimination, and the third shows the impacts of the additions. Of the routes that were reduced using the key or the legend at the bottom of the graph, it indicates that there were 14 potential disparate impacts and 27 potential disproportionate burdens. Of the routes that were eliminated, there were 12 had potential disparate impacts and 38 had potential disproportionate burdens. Whereas of the 10 new services and or restructures, 7 routes had potential disparate impacts and 6 had potential disproportionate burdens. What this means, and something to consider based off the route level analysis, it provides a general understanding at the route level or looking at each route individually, but it's best to understand the entire or the totality of the analysis in order to assess the overall impacts across the service district. And one item of note that I wanted to mention is that the majority of the remaining routes and lines that did not result in a potential finding served areas with high concentrations of minority and or low income populations. Actually, before I move to that next slide, I did also want to mention that the potential impacts were flagged for further examination using a corridor or route block group level analysis, which can be referenced on pages 16 through 18 of the equity analysis report. And what the corridor level analysis aimed to measure is the net service change impacts given the underlying populations around each route. And the analysis found that 30 of the 40 routes had smaller reductions in the service than the corridor's primary route. And all the eliminated routes had a net corridor service change that reflected a smaller reduction in service, indicating the availability of other RTD services within a quarter of a mile of the corridor of each route. And because RTD's network operates at a grid network, this showcases that there were service availability even with the service reductions and or eliminations. Another point of consideration that is being brought forward are the remaining 64 routes that didn't result in a major service change. The service levels for these were maintained to the extent possible. While taking a deeper dive, the assessment indicates that these routes are serving a higher concentration of equity populations compared to non-equity populations. As illustrated in the first pie chart, 70% of the 64 routes are serving above the service district average for minority. And similarly, the second pie chart shows that 94% of those routes are serving and above the district average for low-income populations. And just for awareness, the service district average for minority is 35.4%, whereas the service district average for low income is 16.8%. And that is using census data. So as far as the overarching conclusions of the equity analysis is, there are minimal concerns comparing the April 2020 to the April 2021 service changes. And given the nature of the emergency service cuts, priority was made to ensure service levels were maintained for equity groups, and the analysis illustrates this. Priority was also placed on preserving access to key activity centers such as hospitals and healthcare providers and major employment centers. Looking at the second bullet, service reductions impacted equity groups far less than non-equity groups. By way of the system-wide analysis, it shows that although the low-income routes had a greater number of annual trips reduced than higher-income routes, the reductions resulted in a 29% decrease in service compared with the 42% reduction in higher-income routes. And the reductions to minority classified routes were lower, both in terms of annual trips and percent change compared to non-minority routes. And as a result, minority routes were reduced 16% compared to 44% for minorities. Looking at the third bullet, the service additions were mixed with higher income and minority groups receiving less of the impacts compared to low income and non-minority groups. But please note that the end-line service plan equity analysis was completed a year prior. The fourth bullet communicates that the potential disparate impacts and disproportionate burden routes were prioritized for future service changes. This was spelled out in Jesse's presentation on the June 2021 service changes, where based off of that, my assessment, it showcases or illustrates that 20 of the 35 June proposed service changes are adding back service or providing maintenance to some of the major service changes related to the COVID-19 service changes. And then lastly, as depicted in my last slide, routes serving low-income and minority populations, serving minority populated areas were maintained and retained throughout these service reductions. So to summarize my presentation, I covered the methodology, the findings, and the overall implications and conclusions, which satisfies the FTA requirements for making the board aware and to consider the analysis. Given that there are minimal Title VI concerns associated with the service changes, the staff recommends that the board approve of the service equity analysis. I will now open it up for the board discussion and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Green. We really appreciate your presentation. Very well done, very thorough. Also, thank you, Mr. Carter, as well, for your presentation. For directors, you know the drill. Raise your virtual hand and I will call on you in turn. It looks like we have Chair Rivera-Malpiedi as our first speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Carl and Jesse, thank you so much for the presentation. It was really great. I have a question. In the city and county of Denver, you talked about the medium income being 150% of the federal poverty level, which would be about $9.28 an hour per person. But in the city of Denver, it's $13, and starting in July, it will be $15 an hour per person. So will that disqualify those essential workers who will get that raise in being equated into this equation in terms of low-income communities? Because the cost of living in Denver is so much higher anyway to begin with. But I was just wondering, Carl, what your methodology was in terms of looking at the new federal poverty level, including when we were working on the PASS program. The community asked us to look at 185% of the federal poverty level because they wouldn't qualify at 135% of the federal poverty level. So I just wondered if you could just walk me through that piece of it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Green, you can address that question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Director Rivera-Malpiedi, as far as the analysis goes for our Title VI program, the low-income definition, the definition for low income is at or below 150% of the federal poverty level. And this was, as I'm not exactly sure the time frame of when this was adopted as far as that definition goes, but what I can tell you is that is a general practice for defining low-income populations. To your point of whether or not that makes sense for Denver specifically, that could be explored during our next Title VI program update, which will occur in 2022. I know the range of federal poverty levels as far as that definition can go anywhere from 100, 150% to 200. And so that's what I'll offer up as far as that definition, and that's how the disparate proportionate burdens are assessed for comparing those impacts associated with the service changes.
Thank you. Chair Rivera-Malpiedi?
No, that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Director Rosenthal, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Ms. Carter and Mr. Green again. Just curious, Mr. Green, so you're joining RTD, or are you staying in I believe it was Portland?
Madam Chair, may I address the question?
You have the floor. I'm sorry, I couldn't get off mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Rosenthal, I started at RTD on February 16th, 2021. So this will be, I'm approaching my second month here at RTD. So I'm in Denver, but I'm coming from TriMet in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, okay, great. And well, welcome and welcome to the team, and thank you for your excellent presentation. So I really appreciate, first of all, your work Ms. Carter as well. And then I think if I can sort of summarize the conclusions a little bit. So you're saying that when RTD made the service reductions and eliminations, they did a pretty good job of making sure that there were no adverse impacts. And to the extent that there might have been an impact, that there were minimal concerns. Is from April 2020 to April 2021. Is that an accurate sort of analysis or summary?
Mr. Green, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, thank you. Another great question, Director Rosenthal. In my assessment of the COVID-related service changes and looking at the approach that we completed as far as this analysis goes, generally in past, we have done the analysis at the route level, but in order to take a deeper dive, we utilized a 3-level approach. So taking it from the route level to the corridor level for the net changes and then the system level, utilizing those 3 different approaches did in fact allow us to better understand the nature of the impacts. And to close loop or to emphasize what you noted, based off my assessment, you were exactly right that there were minimal Title VI concerns associated with the service changes from dating back to March 2022 to the current run board.
Thank you. And then my last question is, it's going to be a little counterintuitive. So as we restore service and restore not just ones that were eliminated, but restore services that were reduced, assuming that pretty much all services are being restored, is there a Title VI issue with potentially some routes being restored faster than others? And then that way there might be a disparity there.
You have the floor, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another great question, Director Rosenthal. So in concert, in collaboration and partnership with Jesse Carter and his team, we've had ongoing conversations of what are the Title VI implications and associated impacts when we're adding back service, given for example, starting in June and September and in the future. So to address your question, there are potential impacts, but given the impetus, or I guess the methodology, we're looking at the service district as a whole. So as I'm thinking about how I want to frame my response to this question, as long as we're adding service equitably and we're taking into consideration minority and low-income populations, and whether or not those service changes that we're adding back would constitute a major service change, I'm looking at the proposal in its entirety. So for example, this coming September 2021, as long as minority or Title VI protected populations are receiving 10% more of the benefit or receiving more of the benefit, there's not a concern with respect to Title VI. It's where we're receiving less of the benefit or more of the reduction. So taking that closer magnifying glass to assess those impacts, working in concert with Jesse and his team, we will make sure that we will mitigate any of those potential Title VI concerns.
And if I can, Director Rosenthal, just to add on that, recognizing Carl is answering the question from a tactical level and ensuring that there is compliance, stepping back from what we've talked about before, there will be a holistic approach as we look at the levels of ridership, including the aspects that Mr. Green has put forward relative to disproportionate burden and disparate impacts. That will be top of mind as we ensure it's very analogous to what we have to do in being a recipient of federal dollars, recognizing our previous conversations from the Finance Committee. It's our obligation in relationship to utilizing any of these monies that we have to comply and do it in that fashion. Thank you.
And thank you. And by the way, my apologies, Mr. Carter. Appreciate that.
No offense taken, sir.
All right, thank you. Apologize.
Director Rosenthal, does that conclude your question?
That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Director Cook, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, welcome, First Sergeant Green. I have to say, I've not seen, in my 2 years on the board, I've not seen the equity analysis presented in this detail. And I'm just very impressed with that. So thank you very much. I had a general question and then one specific ask, I guess. You know, I had written with the query about the District L, and I thought your response was spot on, because it sounds like the purpose for your work in this analysis is to identify those routes and individuals who are affected and perhaps need to see some adjustments. So in talking to General Manager Johnson, it sounds like you will be identifying, and your PowerPoint, you will be identifying some changes that perhaps need to be made to address those block groups or those block corridor or block routes. Is that correct? And what's the time frame, if so?
You may respond, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I'm thinking, I guess one thing that I will mention as we look at the three future run boards in September, January, March, I will be working in concert and being close to the service development process and hoping to work in partnership with Jesse and his team, noting that there are additional considerations and guiding principles to making these service additions in the future. So I just wanted to, as General Manager Johnson mentioned, that Title VI and transit equity will be top of mind as we're adding service to the extent level possible.
Okay. And Madam Chair, one more?
You have the floor.
Okay, please. So I wanted to just bring up that specific route number 72. And that's one where it met both criteria, you know, disparate impact and disproportionate burden. And the service changes as advertised in spring of 2020 indicated that the service would start at 6 a.m. in the morning. Well, in effect, it didn't. And the equity analysis carried forward that assumption, and it didn't. It starts at 8:13 in the morning going westbound and 8:52 in the morning going eastbound. I've had contacts from folks at 72nd and Pecos and at 70th and Washington who were affected by that, can't get to work on time. So I just wanted to make a particular point of emphasis on that one corridor as well as the others. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do you have any additional questions? Thank you.
No, Madam Chair, that was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Cook. Thanks for your time. Director Catlin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First Sergeant Green, welcome. Thank you for your service and welcome aboard RTD. And this presentation was very educational, and I, like Director Cook, had not seen something to this level previously, so I really appreciate it. And I guess I just wanted to make a point that when you look at packet page 203 that has the map of the routes and shows those that were suspended or discontinued, there is an incredible amount of red in the southwest and southeast areas of the metro area as opposed to some of the other areas. And I noticed on some of the income graphs that there are communities of lower income up in the mountain communities that have no service right now. So I continuously hear from some of my constituents in Conifer and Evergreen that there's a growing number of senior populations or seniors that need mobility services. And so I just wanted to say that the majority of red on that map is really in the south and the southwest areas. That was just a kind of an editorial comment for the record. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Catlin. I do not see any additional hand. Well, I see your hand, Director Cook. Is that let? Okay. And Director Catlin, I think you have concluded. All right. I do not see anyone else in the queue. And so I believe we had a first from Director Busick and a second from Director Williams. Looks like, okay, I rescind that. Director Broom, you are recognized. You're on mute, Director Broom.
Just hold down the space bar, Bob. Just hold down the space bar and you'll be unmuted.
Okay, I've jumped the gun. I was wanting to address other matters.
Oh, okay. Well, I will make sure I get to you, Director Broom. All right. So the recommended action for this one is the COVID-19 Title VI Service Equity Analysis. The recommendation is to approve that service equity analysis. We had a first from Director Busick and a second from Director Williams. I will ask if you are opposed to this recommended action that you raise your virtual hand or your real hand, preferably your real hand so that I can see you, or you can unmute your mics and just tell me if you do. I don't think I see anyone. So with that, we have 15 yes, 0 no's, and the motion passes. All right, Director Broom. So thank you all. We have actually 2 discussion items before we move on to other matters. And so the first discussion item is the small business enterprise. And so I will turn the floor over to staff to provide us with that program update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Zami Silva, Senior Manager of Civil Rights Division. So the RTD Small Business Enterprise Program, which is a SBE program, the certification of that program at RTD has been temporarily suspended, and we did not fund it in 2021 budget that was approved last year. What we want you to take away with, there's a couple of leverage here. Number one, we have currently 451 active certified small businesses on RTD's database that we can use on our programs, as well as the City and County of Denver and CDOT have 3 certifications that we can leverage. So City and County of Denver has the Minority and Women Business Enterprise Certification Program. They also have their own small business program, and they have a disadvantaged business enterprise program that we can leverage and use as part of our small business certification at RTD. So RTD will continue to create opportunities for small businesses at RTD, and we will continue to establish goals on our locally funded projects, and that's usually where we place SBE goals. In addition to that, you should be aware that RTD created a small business program a few years ago for the purpose of just to create a race neutral framework. RTD Small Business Program is committed to fostering equal opportunity to SBEs and Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, which is required by the FTA. So we want to ensure that as we move forward, we'll create and continue to create a level playing field and remove barriers and assisting and developing these programs. So with that, I will open it up to any questions that you may have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Silva.
Madam Chair,
yes.
may I ask Ms. Silva to qualify? I'm not certain if every member of the board has an understanding about race conscious versus race neutral, because even though the moniker says race neutral, it's broader than that. So Ms. Silva, can you expound for everyone's edification, please?
Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you, GM Johnson. So with the DBE program, which is the Disadvantaged Business Program, the agency as a whole has to have an overall DBE goal. And the DBE goal is based on project goals and goals that DBEs would compete fairly in the marketplace, or projects that DBEs would compete fairly on the market. So when a project has a specific goal that is race conscious. That means that we consciously placed a goal on a project. Race neutral is when we don't place a goal and a small business competes fairly and wins that contract, or that the prime contractor goes beyond the goal. So if I place a 5% goal and the prime set meets the goal at 15%, any of that additional percentage that he goes above the goal is considered race neutral. RTD created a small business program that is literally race and gender neutral. In other words, our program does not consider race or gender as part of the certification criteria, but we do look at the size standard that the same that the FTA looks at or US DOT regulations requires when they created the regulations for the DB program. Does that answer the question?
Yes, I just wanted to qualify because when you say race neutral, we're also talking about gender and other aspects. So thank you, Ms. Silva.
Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager, and thank you, Ms. Silva. So I will open the floor to the directors who wish to speak. I would ask that you raise your virtual hand and I will call on you in turn. All right. It does not appear that anyone has any question. And so I will move on to the next discussion item, which is the Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities, the ACPD report. And so I would ask that staff present any pertinent information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Ms. Silva, Senior Manager of Civil Rights Division. I would like to introduce Jamie Lewis, who currently serves as the chair of the Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities, which is ACPD. He will provide you with an update on work that ACPD committee has been working on this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, directors. I know it's late. It's been a long day, so I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. There's 3 highlights that we've been working on at our last meeting. One is a securement area on the light rail. That's a securement area, if you're not aware, is the place where people with mobility devices use to get on the train. And we're working on some advancements, and staff has been really cooperative on working on these. One is an audio message reminding passengers that that area is reserved for people with mobility issues. We've also reached out to security, and the TSO officers will be assisting the conductors if there's a conflict in that area. So we really appreciate them stepping up. And we're also working on consistency, making sure that every train has some kind of indication, for instance, like the blue handicap symbol. We're currently working on a design to make sure that all the trains have some kind of indication that that area is reserved for people with disabilities. The second issue is elevators. If you're not aware that RTD does own some elevators and services them, but other elevators are owned by local municipalities or other entities. So what we're trying to do is come up with consistent signage. So if a person sees an elevator out of order, they'll have a number to call and find out how long that elevator will be down, or for any other information that they would like to get. And the last issue we were working on is a crossing signal at 124th. This is a very residential area, so there's concern about the volume of the crossing signal there for the light rail. And so what we're trying to do is to lower the volume without sacrificing safety. So we're working on staff about that. And that's the end line, excuse me, it's not light rail, but the end line. So in your packet, we do have the minutes from ACPD. So if anybody has any questions, and you're more welcome to contact me after this meeting offline. And Madam Chair, if I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. It's always a pleasure to see you, and I appreciate you hanging in there. It's a late meeting. Absolutely. If there are any directors who have any questions, please raise your virtual hand and I will call on you in turn. Okay. All righty. If you insist. Oh, Director Williams? No? Okay. Well, Jamie, or Mr. Lewis, thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure to see you. Really appreciate the work that you all do in that committee. It's work well done and we do appreciate it.
May I do say that the staff has been very cooperative. In order to address these issues, we have to ask a lot of questions, and the staff is always stepping up and getting us information, and they've been really great the last year.
Beautiful. I'm happy to hear that. I know that we were making a lot of progress in that area and we've come a long way. And so thank you for sharing that with us. It's always good to hear that. All righty. Okay, so those are the only discussion items that we had. It appears that Director Broom, I will, without you having to call on your hand, we have other matters. I'm sorry, it's late. I just went completely out of my head. Director Broom, other matters, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Last year, we didn't provide any services and connections with the Broncos or the Bronco Ride. And of course, there was nobody in the stadium. But this year, they're going to sell out all the seats. And I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of calls about, is there going to be any Bronco service? And so I'd like to get a report on that. Are we going to add some extra cars to light rail, or can we do anything to assist? Because obviously, there's more seats in the stadium than there are parking spaces.
General Manager Johnson, I imagine you'd like to address that?
Yes, I will. We will bring something back in recognizing that there are plans to have more seats capacity at activity centers, and recognizing that the MLB in conjunction with the city and county of Denver are holding the All-Star game. We are working in conjunction with the city and county of Denver, and I believe that will be the springboard in relationship to addressing Director Broom's question as we work in tandem to see what it is that we're going to do while adhering to safety protocols. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Wonderful. Well, I would tell you all to take good care of your health, take good care of your spirits. I know we've had some rough months and some rough days and lots of violence plaguing our communities. And so I would encourage you all to check in with your therapist if you have one. If you don't, you can use mine. She's incredible. And without further ado, I will call this meeting, adjourn this meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Michelle.
Second, right. Williams.
There we go. Officially called this meeting at 9:48. You all have a wonderful evening and take good care of your spirits. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.